when it goes live, and then we can start. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle and welcome back to each one of you. Of course, if this is your first time watching this, thank you so much for joining us. Very happy to have you. Remember, if you're watching this over on YouTube, slap that like button. Also hit that subscribe button if you want to see all of the VODs. But really, you should be moving over to Twitch. It is just more fun doing this live. I promise you, you're going to have far more fun doing this live than what you would ever do watching the VOD. But I still appreciate you, and I'm still very grateful that you're watching this, even if you can't make the live shows. The link to Twitch, by the way, is in the description down below. Now, we're just waiting for YouTube, or Twitch rather, to send out the notifications, and we should be able to start. Yeah, literally just waiting for the notifications to go out. Man, I'm tired. I only woke up like an hour ago, which is weird. I probably should not be awake. There we go. Twitch has done what Twitch does, which is obviously great. Let's just quickly do some Instagram shit as well. Since we're here, we may as well just do some Instagram stuff. Cask, how you doing, motherfucker? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, man. Really fucking appreciate that. By the way, everyone on Instagram, come over to Twitch. This is where we are. Andy, how you doing, bro? Wow, that's loud. Let's not be that loud ever again. Andy, how you doing? What do you mean, why? Why what? I'm not early today. We've started the same time for the last 2 weeks. We started 3 o'clock my time. How's that early, Cask? Just came home from work? Why are you home this early? Yesterday's real. How you doing, bro? A hot day? Really? It's cold as shit here. It is definitely not hot here. Although I don't care. I don't want the heat anywhere near me. I'm happy when it's just fucking cold. Just quickly want to check here. Make sure. Yeah, just want to make sure that all these videos are ready to be released today. There we go. That one should be ready. What do you mean? 6 to 14 normal? 6 to 14 isn't normal. Andy, what do you do for a living? I've never actually asked you that. What do you do for a living? Because 6 to 14 isn't normal. Like 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. or 2 p.m. is not normal. A lot of random shit. That doesn't actually answer the fucking question, Andy. You do realize that, right? Doesn't exactly answer the question. Yeah, we've got new videos. I've got a video that's coming tomorrow that's brand new that no one has seen before. I'm a blacksmith. You are not a fucking blacksmith, Andy. Are you really? Like, are you a blacksmith proper? I call bullshit. Like, genuinely, I call bullshit on the whole fucking shenanigans. He's a drag queen by a night and a night by day. Hey, Andy could actually... Have you seen Andy's pictures of him being a girl? He could probably pass as a fucking drag queen. You know, if he really tried. If he put in the effort. All right, I'm just quickly finishing up a bunch of shit here. I literally work in a blade forge. Must be one of the coolest fucking jobs ever. Julia, how are you doing, bro? You're a taxi driver. 6 to 2 is still not normal. So a normal job in South Africa, that would be considered in South Africa at least, half day. A little bit over half day. But normal in South Africa is usually 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's like a normal work day. Some jobs will be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. But 5 p.m. is usually, like, people leave at 5. A good 10 hour. You get about, yeah, I believe shifts are usually about 10 hours. Unless you're a shift worker, in which case you get paid fuck all. Stopping in to say good morning. I work 10 to 4. Hope chat and Akalon have a wonderful day. Bless Babby. Thank you very much for joining. Happy to have you. Mary, how you doing? I'm Forgive One. How you doing? How's everyone doing? How was your weekend after the Sunday that I last saw you? I'm still very tired for those of you that can't pick up on it. I'm still in the process of waking up. Only woke up like an hour ago. No, as long as they have an hour lunch, it's good. As long as they get an hour lunch, paid lunch, 10 hours is fine. Although the rules shift, right? So if you earn more than, let's round it down to $1,400, right? If you earn more than $1,400 a month, those rules do not apply. Then there's no such thing as overtime. There's no such thing as Unforgive One. Thank you very much for the what's up. Did really fucking appreciate that. 24 months in a row. 2 years, motherfucker. Happy to have you here for that long. That's insane. So if you earn $1,400 a month, there's no overtime. So basically, you no longer have a specific work day. If your boss wants to keep you from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m., then that's how long you fucking stay. The boss can pay you overtime if they choose to, but they don't have to. 7-4 next week. Growth though. Kylie K, how you doing? Doing well, and was going to say, you look like you're not fully awake yet. I am not fully awake yet. I am still tired. I'm still very, very fucking tired. Zakimi, how you doing? I'm just quickly checking to make sure I've got most, if not all, of what I want up and running. There we go. Those notifications have been sent out now. Miss coffee now. I don't actually miss coffee, to be quite frank. I've gotten so used to not drinking coffee that I'm okay with no coffee. The only thing I'm not okay with is how piss weak tea is. Like, I'm not okay with that. That's the one thing that pisses me off. Elodie, how you doing? I can live with 100%. I can live with no coffee, no like caffeinated drinks. I'm actually having a whale of a time at it. I've been dreaming like a motherfucker whenever I sleep. I've been able to finally start sleeping more than 4 hours a night. I constantly now make it to like 6.5, sometimes even 7 hours a night. So yeah, I genuinely do not miss caffeine at all. I do not like that tea is so fucking weak. You know, whenever you drink coffee, it's like a kick, right? The coffee kicks you awake. Even though the caffeine does fuck all, it actually just makes you feel more tired. But the taste of it is really strong, and the bitter taste of coffee is something that I really love. Whereas tea is sort of like fucking boring. I'm gonna give on the problem with Earl Grey is it's got caffeine in it. At least all of the Earl Greys we have here has got caffeine in it, and I can't drink that. Buttomancer, how you doing, bro? Double sentence then, rest of the week off. Considered full time. I loved it. Why do you no longer do that, Mary? What changed? Because that sounds like the perfect job. Fuck. I would love it if I could only work like 2 days a week and the rest of the time it just sort of did its own thing. Green tea I can drink. Some of them, not all of them. There are green teas that have caffeine in it, at least here, but more the flavoring. So some of the flavors that they add to the green tea is what adds the caffeine. There's some herbal teas that I like as well. Again, very few and far between because they feel they don't have the kick that I'm looking for. That very specific coffee kick almost. Now, something that I do like, the problem, however, is that every single version of it here comes with sugar included. But like a red cappuccino, that shit's amazing. Like a red cappuccino, which is a tea cappuccino, but it doesn't have any caffeine in it. The problem is they add sugar in it, which again, I don't drink sugar. I don't consume sugar. So that is really fucking sucky. Minion, how you doing, bro? Morning, Captain. Have you seen this? Hold up. Oh, yeah. Minion, we discussed this for about an hour and a half on the Sunday Night Chill Show. Lethus, how you doing, bro? Enoch, how you doing? The H in herbal is silent. What are you talking about? So, you say herbal. You say herbal tea. Alex, thank you for stealing something. Really fucking appreciate that. 8 months in a row. Fucking love you, brother. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Oh, shit, I'm behind then. Yes, the show will be live tonight. I will make it live tonight. So yeah, you can look out for that. Of course, it ended not on the best of terms. Like the fucking end to the show was me getting very angry at one of the viewers, which I'm not necessarily my proudest moment, but you know, had to be done. The guy was being a fucking dickhead. Nixty, how you doing? I'm currently editing that long-ass discussion. Yes, Alex is currently editing it. Dave, thank you for the primes of the really fucking appreciate that. 3 months in a row. Love you, brother. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Fucking snowflake. Yes. Yes. I've had some time to think about what transpired there. Now, for those of you that wasn't there, allow me to fill you in. I made a joke. Heiser, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much for being here for the very first time. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. I made a joke, right? And the joke was, Luna, how you doing? The joke was very simple. It was literally that MTV was every young teenage boy's favorite place because you could watch girls. This was before you knew that porn even existed. It was before the internet was really that big of a thing. It was a joke. It was an obvious fucking joke, right? It's obviously meant to be said tongue-in-cheek. So we have this one fucking moron in chat that takes issue and calls the remark homophobic. So me saying that every single teenage boy loved MTV because that was the place that you got your porn, even though you couldn't get porn at that point, was homophobic. Which, as far as I'm concerned, is making a mockery of what homophobia actually is. Which is my problem with people labeling everyone else as Nazis as well, right? Anyone you don't agree with suddenly becomes a Nazi, which takes away from what an actual Nazi is, right? You're literally watering down the word to the point where it doesn't even matter. For example, the word racist no longer means fucking anything in our society because anyone that says anything that you don't agree with suddenly becomes racist, whereas racist is actually a very bad thing, right? It's a fucking horrible thing to be. You shouldn't be a racist, but not everyone that doesn't agree with you is automatically a fucking racist, right? That's not how it works. For example, if there's people that believe that the borders shouldn't be open and you can't just let everyone into your country, that doesn't automatically make them racist. It means that they have a different border policy than you, but that doesn't mean that they automatically hate everyone that isn't fucking white or whatever. In fact, there's black people that don't believe that the border should be open. What are they? Are they now suddenly fucking... in South Africa, for example, it is the majority of black people that hate the borders being open to the rest of Africa. Are they suddenly racist for not wanting other black people in their country? No, they just have a different border policy than you. So that's one of my biggest issues. Homophobia is something that shouldn't exist, right? People shouldn't hate gay people or people that love different to them. So homophobia is a pretty serious charge. Saying that I said, right, MTV is every teenage boy's favorite channel, or used to be. I don't even know. MTV still exists, but it's no longer in its prime, shall we say. Calling that homophobic is a gross disservice to what homophobia actually is. And then he goes, so I challenged him, right? I asked him on stream, again, I said, how is that homophobic? Like, explain the fucking homophobia. Of course he can't, because he's a fucking moron. And then he goes, well, it's not inclusive. I didn't like MTV growing up. I didn't want to watch girls singing and dancing. And it's like, you do realize that you are not entitled to be included in everything. And I'm talking for all human beings here. You are not entitled to be included in things. If you wish to be included, you have to be part of the group, or you have to be such a good guy or such a fun guy that people want to include you into the group.
My grandparents are extremely homophobic. I am gay, however, but they don't know.
Zigzags, the good thing about that, I can only give you advice from my own life. My brother is gay. My father is very much anti-gay. From a religious perspective, he's a staunch Christian. He believes that it's a sin. He doesn't hate gay people, just to be very clear. He doesn't hate gay people. He sort of pities them because in his mind they're going to hell. So he sort of prays for them and hope that God fixes them. I guess. I mean, I don't know what there is to fix, but in his mind, something needs to be fixed. My brother is gay, right? And when my brother finally came out, most of the brothers was like, all right, cool. I mean, it was so fucking obvious, right? Growing up, it was obvious that he's gay. He's not one of those macho masculine guys that just happens to like cock. No, he is proper gay. And when he told my dad, we all thought that that was going to be a nightmare, right? We all thought that my dad was going to go fucking ham. He's going to lose his fucking mind. My dad literally listened to him. He said, well, as long as you're happy. And he's never said it again. Like, he's never spoken about it again. He's never mentioned it again. He just doesn't bring it up. Like, whenever we make jokes, because yes, we do make jokes. We're brothers. So, yeah, I'll give my brother shit for being gay. Why wouldn't I? And he'll pretend that being gay is better, which is just how it is, right? But whenever we do that in front of my dad, my dad just goes quiet. Like, he doesn't say a word. He doesn't say anything. He just fucking keeps his mouth shut. You can see he's uncomfortable. He doesn't know how to deal with the situation. But he doesn't say mean things to my brother. He doesn't love my brother any less. So that's the only thing I can tell you. Family is oftentimes very strong, right? But I must be included. I even want to be included in the Straight Boys Club. Luna, if there is one guy on this planet that would not be included in the Straight Boys Club, it's you. I'm so sorry, but you would never pass for a straight boy. Considering we think about the same thing when we think straight boys, the macho man that plays football and fucking hits each other and drinks beer and just sort of barbecues and shit. People should only discriminate based on intelligence. If you are a window-licking brainlet, then you shouldn't speak. Agreed. The shit for being gay all the time. The fact of the matter is, and this is really why I brought this up, because I've had some time to think about it now. So first and foremost, I have a huge problem in modern day society with people constantly wanting to be respected. People demanding respect. That's not how respect works. You earn respect. Respect is something that is earned. It can't be demanded. You have to prove that you are worthy of the respect in order to be respected. So this is the first problem I have, where people go, I am X, you will respect me. No, motherfucker, I won't. I don't give a fuck what you are, right? You can be a woman, you can be a trans woman, you can be gay, you can be straight. You don't get my respect just auto-fucking-matically. You work for it, you earn it, and once you've earned it, then you have it. Now, what do I mean by that? I don't mean that people are, you have the right to treat people miserably, right? You have to be courteous towards people. But what's the singular word for that? Or what's the word for that? But to be courteous or to demand courtesy from someone is not the same as having respect, right? Courtesy just means I'm going to treat you like a human being, right? I'm not going to swear at you. I'm not going to scream at you. I'm not going to tell you to go fuck yourself. I'm not going to make mean comments towards you. But that doesn't mean that I am going to fucking respect you, right? That's not what it means. Lunavira, the problem with old people, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, is that because they've lived for so long, they think they deserve respect. Now, in South Africa, that's automatic. Every single South African will tell you, you respect your elders, no matter what. Even if they're acting like spoiled children, you give them that respect because they're older than you. They've sort of paved the way for you to be where you are today. Whether you agree with where you are today or not, you sort of just automatically have to give them that respect. But I do agree with you. Old people generally want that, but young people are just as entitled. I see it all the time. I see it all the time on Twitter, which, by the way, is the biggest fucking cesspool in the world. Giovanni, how you doing? Being a civilized human doesn't mean I have respect for you. I agree with you there, Nixty. I mean, there's a difference between being civilized towards people, which was my whole point to that August guy. You cannot, just because you're gay, doesn't mean I have to include you in everything. I'm not gay, so the vast majority of the conversations that I'm going to have will not include gay people. Doesn't mean I hate gay people. In fact, I love gay people. Every gay person I know, funny as fuck, fun to hang out with, usually very intelligent. There may be stupid gay people out there as well, I just haven't met them yet, right? So the fact of the matter is, I don't mind you, but I don't think like you do, right? So whenever I make a joke, whenever I say something, it's automatically going to be bent to the straight, right? Because that's how I think. It's just simple. And I'm not going to change the way I speak just because one person feels fucking offended by it. New lore stuff on WoW, DM'd you on Discord. Projects, sorry if it's been seen already. We can check, but I think most people are sending me the exact same things. Yes, we've discussed this on Sunday already. The video is being edited as we speak by Alex. It's a long video, by the way. It's a long-ass video. Luda, how you doing? Or Lutz, how you doing, bro? Vorgex, the video is about an hour and a half, but it's already been done. We discussed it at length on Sunday. But I don't want to get into their private lives. They know I support them as my friends, not because they're gay. I just don't want to be told I have to involve it in myself. Well, that's sort of more than anyone can ask for, really. So because that wasn't anything specific, it was just a humorous joke, and he took it personal. The problem is a lot of people do that. When I took a shower, I was more dusty than Spider-Man in Infinity War. The issue is a lot of people do that. A lot of people feel like because they are something other than the norm, now they must be included in everything, which is bullshit. Is this the scripted video you talked about? Elodie, no. No. The scripted video I'm still working on. I'm sort of struggling to write a script that would feel natural. Because I can write a script, but it's going to be very clear that it's a script. So I'm trying to write it in such a way that it feels natural. Alex, I can imagine it's a bit of a fucking nightmare. I do apologize. Takiko, how you doing, bro? Good morning to you. Someone said something. I can't remember where I was. I saw someone write something. Don't tell us which one it is. See if we can guess. Elodie, yeah. No, don't worry about it. I will not be telling you which one, which video is scripted. But I'm assuming you'd be able to see it almost immediately. You're going to see it from the editing. You're going to see it in every single way, shape, and form. I am bisexual and nothing is specifically aimed at me, but I don't feel excluded. It's just not something that should be thought of so hard. Nixty, I agree with you. I think a lot of people, especially these days, and I don't want to sound like a fucking boomer, although I realize I am going to sound like a boomer now. A lot of people these days feel like they're entitled to more than what they actually deserve, which I wasn't brought up that way, right? As a young guy in South Africa, as a kid in South Africa, most South Africans have this thing of kids must be seen, not heard, right? So as a kid, you sort of have to fight for everything. When I was still in school, bullying wasn't considered a bad thing. If you were being bullied, if kids were picking on you, the advice that you would get from both teachers and your parents was, well, fuck them up. This was legit. When I got home one day, I was a young kid. I was really young, like in pre-primary school even. And I told my dad that some of the kids were picking on me. And my dad said, well, hit them. And I did, and it worked. No more picking on me. Luckily, by the time I reached primary school, there was no more bullying. Like, at that point, I was already one of the cool guys because I was playing rugby, and so I never really got picked on again, all throughout high school as well. But, you know, I got bullied. We bullied other kids. This is normal. And parents would just go, well, you have to fucking stand up for yourself. What do you want me to do about it? If you were to go to the teacher would say, well, go play. Don't bother us. And then they would continue to smoke or do whatever the fuck they want to do. You were brought up in a society that you had to fight for everything that you wanted. If you wanted respect, you had to earn it. You had to work for it. These days, what I see in a lot of young people, not all, but a lot of young people, is the sort of idea, well, I was born, give me respect for that. As if that was their greatest achievement. As if the fact that you were born somehow gives you the right to get respect and all the rest of it. Motherfucker, everyone is born every single day. That's not an achievement. You being born had fuck all to do with you. Like, literally nothing. You did nothing to get born. In fact, you weren't even part of the creation process, to be quite fucking honest. So if you want the respect, then you need to fucking work for it. My dumbass just agreed to go out tonight, forgetting the long walk back to my place after. Oh, shit. You're in the US, you will get dispelled from school for defending yourself? You can know. I remember when I hit, the first time I hit someone, the principal called us in, and we sort of got a tongue lashing, and just after, like, the one kid left, the kid that I hit. Now, they knew that I was being picked on, and so the teacher literally looked at me and she said, nice shot. And then I just left. That's just it. As I grew older, though, these things changed. Like, by the time I hit, like, by the time I hit senior level in primary school, my dad's sort of advice to me changed as well. There it became, if you do hit someone, I will fucking I will beat you up. By beat up, I just mean spank, right? Because at that point, my father realized that now I had the mental fortitude as well as the intelligence to actually talk things out, and hitting is barbaric, right? So by the time you can use your words, you should start using your words. Go on, thanks, Mom. There's truth. I got stabbed in the head with a pencil because I annoyed someone when I put my hair up. She got detention and I got suspended for antagonizing her. Huh? What the fuck? You put your hair up and suddenly someone stabs you with a pencil. That's a little bit over dramatic, though. Like, that's just going over the line, right? Seven Raven, what could have turned out badly? That's how schools work nowadays in the US. Someone can punch you for no reason and they will suspend both of you. I don't want to, because I'm not a psychologist, right? But I think kids these days are raised too fucking soft. Like, I don't want to be mean or be a dick, but I really do think kids are fucking raised too soft these days. I remember as a kid, you would cry. I mean, my dad would literally say, if you keep crying, I'm going to give you a reason to cry. And that would just mean I would get spanked like fuck if I don't stop crying immediately. Like, there was no, oh, shame, let's do something nice for you. Do you want a chocolate? Tantrums was the quickest way to getting a spanking. Like, if you really wanted to know that your ass is going to be on fire tonight, you fucking throw a tantrum. Like, you just stamp your fucking feet and sort of lose your shit. That was like instant. You knew problems were on the horizon. Alex, the nice thing is that there's still people that is raised right, at least for the most part. My father punished her for being unable to deal with it. Lassie is Babby. So the other problem I have, which is something that's that I don't think is spoken about enough in our society at the moment, which I genuinely think we should start focusing on. Right? There is currently, at least, a pandemic when it comes to depression, social anxiety. Every second person I fucking know struggles from some form of social anxiety, struggles from some form of depression. This is new, just by the way. If you listen to psychologists like Jonathan Haidt, this wasn't the case 40, 50 years ago. You now have the number of teenage girls trying to commit suicide has doubled in, I believe, the last 25 years or something. There's still more teenage boys that try to commit suicide and actually succeed at doing so. But the number of girls that sort of starting to do it is scary, right? It's getting really fucking bad. Now, according to most psychologists, the reason for these issues is social media, specifically in girls. Like, I don't know if you guys know about the study that they did on boys and girls, like young teenage boys and teenage girls, and social media. Tasty Berries, how you doing?
When I was in primary school, I was seriously bullied by a psychopath. That guy had a knife, a very scary one, and threatened to kill people in the class if anyone complains to the teacher. In grade 2, that guy cut a teacher's finger using that knife, and then was suspended, but then he came back after 1 year, and I consider that ridiculous. I now have serious depression and anxiety disorders, but I don't know if that is because of the primary school experience.
I mean, I genuinely don't know, but fuck that kid. Like, he should never have been allowed back in school, though. That's just insane. If you cut someone with a knife, you should not go back to a normal school. But the fact of the matter is, they did this study, and this is actually insane. They did this study where they went into a primary school, and they handed, like, all of the boys cell phones, and they handed all of the girls cell phones. And they just observed. They didn't put anything on these cell phones, no social media platforms, none of that. They just observed these kids with their mobile phones. And within I think it was within a month, the groups had started to form. The girls were all on Instagram, right? They'd all downloaded Instagram. And they were sharing pictures of themselves, linking their own self-worth to the amount of likes that they were getting, also versus the amount of likes that other girls were getting. Try and guess what the boys were doing with their phones. They immediately started gaming. They actually started getting... They sort of got closer because they were literally all just playing games on their phones. Like, they were playing games together, sort of playing games amongst one another. So they were making friends with their phones, whereas the girls were getting into sort of, shall we say, competition with one another. And then they actually started looking at... now, it's not all of the girls. There were some girls that also joined in on the gaming, and there were some girls who didn't partake, but we're talking about the general sort of rule, the thing that happened the most. What they started to see within these girls was increased anxiety, increased depression. This is what they started to see. More and more of these girls were starting to literally tie their self-worth to social media, to the amount of likes that their post can get. And I see it so often within content creators as well on YouTube. The amount of content creators on YouTube and Twitch that sort of have a meltdown whenever their views goes down a little bit, or whenever they don't get enough likes on a Twitter post or enough likes on an Instagram post. It's insane. Like, they will have literal meltdowns about YouTube's algorithm not pushing their videos anymore. It's like, motherfucker, if it's not pushing your videos, just keep working. It will pick it up at some point, right? ever since I stopped going on Facebook 8 months ago, I've been a lot less anxious. I do think social anxiety is a direct result of social media. The idea that people think that they can supplement human contact with social media is the reason we have so many people that is anxious of society as a whole. And sadly, the only way to get over social anxiety is to do the very thing that you're scared of, right? It's to leave your house and go into society. And you do this slowly, right? Slowly but surely, you start going deeper and deeper, sort of.
Was watching an old video of yours and it got me thinking. Do we know anything about the Windrunner's parents? If so, what do we know?
Tenacious J, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. I don't think I know anything about her parents. There might be some. I mean, we know that her parents were of highborn, right? They were highborn. They weren't. They weren't sort of scum, right? So we know that their parents would have had some wealth. Their parents would have had some influence, but they weren't necessarily as high as the kids came, right? So Savannah's becoming Ranger General. That sort of very, very high praise and not necessarily something that was akin to her birthing station. But I don't know. I've never actually looked that far back. I never actually looked that far back at their history, mainly because there's nothing there. Whenever you read Sylvanas' history as well, they don't really talk about her parents. She doesn't really matter. Smurflord, how you doing, bro? Haven't seen you in a while. Fuck, bro. Parents need to stop teaching boys to be dickheads to girls. American parents need to stop telling girls that if a guy bullies her, it means she likes her. Nexty, the problem with that argument is it's not inherently taught by parents. You see, what you're asking for is a change in biology, which you might get within the next 5, 10, maybe 15 million years. That biological bend might change. But there's a reason why boys will bully girls. Not necessarily bully, but for example, tug on their hair, sort of push them. The reason boys do this is you have to start thinking about how do boys play with one another? Rough and tumble, right? Boys will wrestle, they'll box, they'll climb trees. They're very sort of, fucking learning the extent or the limits of their own masculinity and their own strength. Now, when a boy finally reaches the age where he starts looking at girls, you have to understand, he has no reference. There's no frame of reference for this boy, right? He doesn't know how to approach this girl. He has no idea how this girl wants to be approached. And so he approaches her softer than what he would another boy, because biologically he's already realized that she isn't as rough and tumble as he is, right? So he'll maybe pull her hair, maybe he'll push her a little, or the dropkick of friendship, as Dustry have just said there. He'll still do things, but it won't be as severe as the things that he does to other boys. But this is him reaching out to her, wanting to play. Right? Because at that age, you're not yet thinking sexually, right? At this point, you're just thinking you want to play with this girl, right? So he's doing things that sort of invite her to join in on the play. The problem is that most girls don't want to play that way, right? She doesn't want her hair pulled, and she doesn't want to punch him and wrestle with him, right? So there's this awkward phase for boys and girls where both want to start reaching out to the other sex, but neither really understands how. And then, of course, boys grow older, and boys start to realize that, well, the girl might want to get slapped, but only in the bedroom, right? I just words. They teach girls to do it back instead. Girls won't do it back naturally either, because, again, this is a biological thing, right? Remember, and again, I realize that this is a lot of generalizations, and there is obvious exclusions on the rule. There's obvious exceptions to the rule. But generally speaking, what do most girls do? Like, from a general standpoint, how do most girls play? Maybe Savannah's parents will come up in the book. I would love that. Heiser, I would absolutely love that if we could get a little bit more of her actual backstory. Seven Raven, the problem with that is, while I understand from the basis that what you're saying, and I actually do agree with it, I do sort of wonder, and this is more a philosophical point, right? This is more of a philosophical point, but for girls to be taught that it's okay to say no and to not want attention, I think, first of all, is two different things. So when you say for girls to be taught that it's okay to say no, 100%, but I think most girls sort of know that, right? When it comes to the attention thing, do not exclude the biological necessity for human beings to do things, right? The primary reason for the existence of humans is to procreate. Now, this argument becomes muddled whenever you look at, for example, the LGBT community, right? Because inherently they don't have the ability to procreate, right? But considering that that's only 10% of the world's population, we can still stick with a more generalized argument here. Now, the fact is that even a lot of gay people will adopt children, so they still have a need to father or mother children. They still want to design something for future generations. But if we just look at the majority of humanity, right? So we're looking at the 90% of straight people out there. What you're looking at is a fundamental drive to procreate. Now, how do we procreate? This is really different based on the sexes. For girls, it is to be as appealing as humanly possible to the best possible mate, right? And all of this happens subconsciously. None of this happens because you're thinking about it, right? It's not, the girl isn't sitting there thinking that she's going to get, she's going to have sex now. This is a subconscious thing that just sort of happens. The girl wants to look as appealing as humanly possible to the best possible mate. What do men want to do? They want to be the best possible mate. Now, in the olden days, it would have been far easier if you were the best hunter, so you could provide food and you could ensure that she would have a house and she would be taken care of. You were the alpha male and you would get the girl, right? These days, it's a little bit harder. You have to work very hard. You have to ensure that you have... there's a quote that I really enjoy. Like, I really love... the substance or the substance of this quote. It says that girls are born rich and they grow old poor. Boys are born poor and they grow old rich. Now, it sounds a little bit more offensive than what it actually is. It's not actually offensive. All it means is that, younger girls have literally all of the choice. Like, a young girl can make as many choices as she wants. Doesn't matter. She has literally all of the choice. Whereas a young boy has almost no choices. His choices will increase as he gets older. Why is that? Because his social standing will rise. He will actually better himself over time. He'll start making money. He'll start becoming a more secure human being. And over time, he will become more and more... for example, how many of you have noticed the amount of age gap relationships that is sort of starting to exist in our society? Have anyone noticed this? The amount of younger women, I'm talking 2021, dating guys my fucking age, 30 and up. Digit, how you doing, bro? Sophia, thank you for the CO2 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 34 months in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some love and chat for Sophia? That's 34 months at tier 2. Sophia, I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much. Why is it that a young girl of 2021 wants a guy that's 30 up, right? 35, 36, 32, 33, anywhere 30 up. Why does she want that guy? And I want you to think philosophically, but also biologically. You have to think biologically here. Giovanni, you're literally on the right track. There's maturity, there's financial stability. This guy is higher up on the social ladder. And they've actually done this. Remember also, one of the reasons this exists, men can have kids up until the age of 50, 60, right? If you're 60 years old, you can still father a child. The problem for women is after the age of 40, it becomes more and more dangerous to actually have children. So, and not just for the baby, whereas, yes, literally every year after 40, the chances of your baby being stillborn or not even making it that far is incredibly high. But it also increases the risks to the mother, right? The mother can die in pregnancy. So there's a point where women lose their ability to have children. For men, this isn't true. So younger girls, more fertile, older men, more secure, the match just sort of makes itself. This is biologic. This is something that's so ingrained in us, I don't think we even think about it. But the reason I asked you, have you noticed how many younger women nowadays want older men, has nothing to do with the biological aspect. It has something to do with the current society that we live in. How many of you have any idea why in modern day society, because this has always been true, older men have always been more secure, more successful than younger men. So why these days do we have this sort of occurrence where younger girls will date older men? Financial stability has a lot to do with that. Dolph, that I'd like to fuck. Might also have something to do with it. I actually think it's because of the current society that we live in, considering economic prospects. It now looks as if this will be the first generation in the history of America where this current generation will not be better off than their parents. So for young people right now in the US, there's almost no bright future. Now, if you're a girl that wants to start a family, that wants to have children, why would you date a 21-year-old that's going to be in a dead-end job for the rest of his life, paying off his fucking student loans, never getting ahead, when you can date the 35-year-old or the 36-year-old that's got all of his shit together? He already has a house, he has a car, he's making a boatload of money. Why would you marry down? Remember, the statistics show us that men marry down, women marry up. This is what statistics show us. Men have no issue marrying equal or down, whereas women will very rarely marry down. The vast majority of women will marry equal or up. So men don't care. If there's a girl that's sort of lower class, she doesn't have a lot of money, a rich guy wouldn't mind dating the woman that's down, because by design he's going to pull her up. Now again, you have to think biologically about this. You can't think this is a sexist statement, because yes, you do get girls that's extremely successful and they do very good for themselves, but even they marry up. They don't marry down. And I don't exactly know why that is. Because if you're already very successful, imagine you're Dr. Lisa Su, right? The CEO of AMD, literally the woman that turned AMD around. So no one can argue that this woman is incredibly successful and should stand as a pillar to women everywhere of just what women can actually do, right? Dr. Lisa Su, women like Dr. Lisa Su do not marry down. They don't go down. They won't go marry a guy that makes less money than they do. They'll marry a guy that makes the same amount of money or makes more, but not down. Best ability. Claims he is in Greek, but spends 30 minutes talking Greek psychology. It's not necessarily Greek psychology, Giant Rat Guy. I need to find me an older man, to be honest. Nixie, what's wrong with your current man? I don't agree. It's not that simple. There's many young people with jobs that can afford the women's needs. Uses Israel, the argument that you're falling into, or the issue that you're falling into, is you're using individual case study to try and determine the generalization of the case study, which you can't do. You can't use anecdotal evidence, because if we're going to look at the amount of young people that actually have jobs that can support the needs of a family versus the amount of young people that can't, you will find that the majority of young people can't. Oh, Solid Snake, we already discussed it on Sunday. The video is literally being edited as we speak. Ghost Shot, how you doing, bro? Very different version of a trophy wife. Trophy husband has to have social status. Equality or nothing, baby. Dudes, what do you mean with equality? That's a big question. What do you mean when you say equality? Money is always just security. Let's be very clear on that. Money is always just security. It's not a gold digger. It doesn't have anything to do with gold digging. It's security. If you have money, you know that your kids will go to a good school. You know that your kids will get the best medical care. So money is literally just an equalizer, if you will. Dragon Wolf, how you doing, bro? But, Ludes, the problem with saying equality, right? When you say social equality, what is it that you're asking for? Are you asking for equality of outcome or equality of opportunity? Because that's sort of why I asked you, what do you mean by that? Because it's a very, like, equality means nothing. There's no meaning behind equality. We have to first determine where this equality must lie, and then we can sort of, if you're talking about in the context of the conversation that we're having now, then it's very difficult to say that men and women are equal, because we're very different. We are very different from one another, right? So we're equal in that you should treat everyone with equal rights, but we're not the same because we're so very different. And we're actually different for the better. If we were the same, that would be a fuck up, because nothing would ever be good. The fact of the matter is, women bring very different sort of, how do we put this? Women bring very different traits into the world that men do not bring into the world. Oh, Lutz, yeah, that I wanted. Well, I would say I should not be president. You could probably make it to president. I should definitely not be president. I would be the best president I could ever want, but I would definitely be the worst president anyone else would ever want. So, but I do agree 100% with you. Yes, there should not be any limitations, and I think in the West we've done away with most limitations that exist these days. But we do see more and more now how people just choose differently, right? People have different choices. Is it equality or is it equity? Well, equality is the thing that I believe in. I completely reject equity. Douglas Adams on this. Anyone who wants power is by definition unsuitable for it. Smurflord, the thing is, I would just want the power to destroy the power. I mean, I've explained this before, right? I've told you guys what kind of president I would be. First day in office, all right, government's closed, everyone go have fun. I'll be back in 4 years. That's it. Then I'm done. I'll fire all of the congressmen. I'll fire all of the fucking senators. I'll burn down the buildings, and there will be no more Washington, D.C. In fact, I will drop a bomb on Washington, D.C. Those who get out, get out. Those who don't, fucking no great loss, right? And then I'll just let America be. I'll just be like, there you go. Go forth and prosper, kids. And then that's it. That's the end of the game. No, I sort of believe in state legislation, Although, in my perfect world, I would actually I would say that cities should have more power than states. States should have more power than the federal government, and the federal government shouldn't exist. That would be my perfect world. Because that would make America as close to anarchy as can possibly exist. And that's exactly what I want. Like, that's exactly what I want. Because in that system, the states would sort of decide what is the best way for them to live. And it wouldn't be up to people in fucking Texas to pay for the lifestyle of the people in California. Which is my biggest issue with the US. All of these states get sort of money from the federal government every single year, but the people in California who want to live under an incredible socialistic system where the government sort of hands out money and gives money for all sorts of shit, the people in Texas, part of their federal taxes also go to these people that basically want to live on the state, which isn't fair. If the people in California want to live on the state, then let them live on the state. But you can't make the fucking, you can't make the people in Texas also then pay for that. That's not fair. It pays more back to our federal government than we get from the government. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, everyone else is still compensating everyone else for their lifestyles or lack thereof. Do you guys not see the philosophical argument I'm making here? The point that it seems Ninja Bears and Gully is missing here, federal taxes is literally theft. Like, it literally shouldn't exist. What are you paying your federal government for? They should literally not be allowed to take your money. The only people that I could even make a slight argument for getting your money would be the state legislator, right? Because that's your state, and every state should be able to decide how they want to live. But I cannot make an argument for the federal government. You see, I reject the idea that you can build a society on the needs of other people. Because what does that transform into? What does that become? Federal taxes cover social programs, and unfortunately a lot is wasted to corruption and over expenditure on the military-industrial complex, while the military should also only exist to keep people safe. But social programs is still people who work paying for people who don't. Raise your ass just to beat your ass myself. You see the new WoW post? Trickstar, it's not new. We discussed it on Sunday already for an hour and a half. I promise you the video is in the works. Like, Alex is literally editing it as we speak. So I promise that video will get to you guys as soon as possible. By the way, Trickstar, thank you much for the first time chat. Really appreciate having you here. Okay, so how do I even... Thank you very much for the follow, Trickstar. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How do I even get into this topic? So, according to Michael Malice, which is someone that I deeply, deeply admire, to a point, in many ways he's probably also a dickhead, but I do love the way he thinks about things. He was asked not long ago, what is anarchy? Like, what is anarchy? And the answer is, you do not speak for me. Right? That's literally, that is literally what anarchy is. And you can sort of extrapolate from there everything. It applies to everything. You, in other words, you that isn't me, do not get to speak for me. That's anarchy. Right? And that's sort of the system that I believe in. Ludes, no. It's not that people don't help other people. It's that no one can force you to help other people. In other words, if I want to help the homeless, I am allowed to do so. right? But no one is allowed to hold a gun to my head and force me to help someone else. That's literally what anarchy is. Now, the government is the one that holds the gun to your head. Whenever you don't pay it, well, you can try it actually if you want. Try not paying your taxes and tell me how that goes. Like, I'll wait. It's not going to take that fucking long for you to realize that the government doesn't actually play nice if you don't give them the money that they think they deserve. Also funny how they are the ones who is allowed to decide how much you should be giving them. They get to decide their own salaries. They get to decide how much money you should pay them. I would wager that it should be the opposite way. It should be the opposite. I should be allowed to determine how much money I think you deserve, right? Isn't that how it should be? Because if I think that you're not doing a good job, should I not be able to say, no, you're not doing a good job, I'm not giving you this money. Until you clean up your fucking act, I'm not giving you a fucking cent, right? So that's just my gripes with taxes, but we can talk about that another time. Under anarchy, the only rule is that no one is allowed to force anyone else to do anything that they don't want to do, right? And that's it. The idea, and this is where I sort of always get into, Ninja Bear says, anarchy sounds nice and all until nobody is around to maintain the power grid, pick up your trash, or put out the fire at your home. Ninja Bears, the problem with that is you're arguing that there wouldn't be free market forces that would do exactly that. So you're telling me there's not going to be a single company anywhere in the world that goes, hey, people need electricity, maybe we should provide it to them. You're saying that there's not going to be a company or some guy that sits in his basement right now going, wow, the streets are really fucking dirty. I think I'll start a company and charge people to clean up in front of their houses. Are you telling me that that's not going to happen? It's going to happen. It's going to be even better than what the government can do it. I can guarantee you that. Because if that private company doesn't clean up in front of my house, I'm not paying them. Simple as that. Right? So anarchy does sound nice. And if you include the free market in it, you realize that it does actually work. Right? And it could actually work. Who enforces that rule? TL Stan, it really depends on the society that you want to live in. Right? So that's going to depend on where you live and what you and the people that you live with decide. So the thing that anarchy doesn't seem that most people don't seem to understand about anarchy is that anarchy isn't how do you put this? Anarchy isn't a governmental system. Anarchy is a relationship. Right? It's not a system. There's no anarchy government system. There's just anarchy, which is the relationship between people, meaning you remove force from that relationship and then you have anarchy. Like, for example, our relationship right now. Let's literally use our relationship right now. Would any of you disagree that this is 100% an anarchist relationship that we have right now? Ninja Bears, you're completely wrong once again. You're 100% wrong, by the way. Those companies would be free to do whatever they want? No, they won't. Here's what you don't understand. In a full free market system, without the government defending any company and without the government sort of creating too big to fail companies, what you would end up with is 5 or 6 different companies cleaning up the roads, right? So if one company starts to do what you call free to do whatever the fuck it wants and no one can stop them, you will simply go to the company that doesn't do the bullshit things that the other company is doing. That's it. Or you'll start doing it yourself. You'll stop paying that company and you'll start cleaning the company. You'll start cleaning in front of your house yourself until that company realizes, holy shit, we're losing so much money. We can't keep going. We have to change our ways. The market regulates itself if you allow it to regulate itself. The problem that we have in today's society, what most people refer to as late-stage capitalism, has nothing to do with the market. Late-stage capitalism exists because of the government involving itself in the market. because the government has deemed the banks too big to fail, we now sit in this issue with late-stage capitalism, or it doesn't even actually... Late-stage capitalism doesn't even fucking mean anything, by the way. It's literally not a term that can exist, because for something to be capitalism, the government may not be involved. This is literally what capitalism means, by the way. Capitalism is a word that was thought up by the French socialists to sort of... so it used to be called free marketeers, right? That's what it used to be called, free marketeers. These are people that believe in a free market. A free market means freedom from government intervention. That's literally what it means, freedom from government intervention. Then the French socialists came in and they labeled these free marketeers as capitalists. Why did they do that? Because how do you insult someone that is for the freedom of the market? How do you insult someone that's literally saying everyone should be free to be part of the market? You can't. So they changed the word. They called them capitalists. It was meant to be a slur. The free marketeers actually rejected the word capitalist. They did not believe that that was the word that should describe them. Now, since then, we've sort of adapted the word and we've sort of believed that capitalism is capitalism. The problem with words like crony capitalism or late-stage capitalism is it's socialism. You can't call it capitalism, because if capitalism is freedom within the market without government interference, then what is the market with government interference? This is a genuine question, by the way. Steve, a lot of people also don't quite understand Marx's work. Just very quickly, if you ever read Karl Marx's work, you will realize that he was actually a very staunch capitalist. In fact, he was more anarchist than most people believe. Karl Marx never really preached the downfall of capitalism. He simply pointed out that capitalism would have some underlying issues. And the very issues he highlighted was the government getting involved in the market would push out the little guy. The little guy would eventually not be capable of partaking in the market. And so this is why he advocated that the worker should be in charge of the factory, so as to stop the government from actually pushing the little guy out of the market. Now, as a capitalist, I come at the idea from a completely different standpoint. So the communist, the true communist, I'm not talking about Stalin, because that was actually Stalinism. It had nothing to do with communism. They just sort of labeled it as communism. But the true communist says that the workers should own everything, right? And should be involved within the market. The true capitalist says exactly the same thing. The only difference is we say that private property is the bedrock of the society. And everyone must be free to move around the society as much as they want. So if a worker is unhappy at Amazon, he can leave and go work for another company, and there's nothing that can stop him from doing that. No one can step in and say, you can't leave, right? Because you're going to lose this, you're going to do this, so that's going to happen to you. If someone wants to fuck off, for example, true capitalists also believe in a world without borders, which is something that I've been sort of against for a long time, and I've sort of changed my mind on it. I do believe that borders is actually bad for society as a whole, because people should be able to move to wherever they feel more comfortable living. But this should be true for everyone, or it can't be true for anyone. At the end of the day, the idea of crony capitalism is literally nonsensical. The idea of late-stage capitalism is nonsensical. In a true capitalist society, 2008 would have been the end of a lot of banks. I mean, a lot of banks. All of those banks would have gone bankrupt. Every single one of them. And new banks would have formed in their place. Banks that learned from their predecessors. Banks that sort of looked at it and went, okay, we do not want to make those mistakes again. Let's fix ourselves. Let's ensure that this doesn't happen. Instead, what happened after 2008? The banks went right back to doing what they did in 2008. They're literally still busy with that. Greenbeard, the problem with your argument is it's no argument. I'm not arguing with you. Although I might have a problem, slight problem, with true capitalist society. I would argue there is no capitalist society. None. Zero. There is not a capitalist country on the face of the planet. And I will challenge anyone to prove me wrong. There is not a single capitalist society anywhere in the world. If you want to blame the problems of the world on anyone, you need to blame it on socialism. Because every country in the world is socialist. They're all socialist. Capitalism doesn't exist. It's not in the world. And then what are we? I don't know where you live, Ludes. Where are you from? Whenever, how are you doing? Hal or Brazil? Socialist. I mean, Brazil is more socialist than most, but it is socialist. Socialism just means statism. That's all it means. It means statism, right? It means wherever the state is involved. That's all the socialism is. It's not... people like to think it's free healthcare and it's free checks whenever you're not working. That's an extension of the socialist government. That is actually communism more than it is socialism, right? The free healthcare. Whenever the government start giving people free shit, you're getting into a communist system because the government is now not only sort of regulating the market, but the government is now sort of taking over the market. So the government has now stepped in and said, we will supply this. No one else is going to fucking supply this but us, right? And that's sort of that's sort of a communist view, not a Karl Marx communist view, but a communist view nonetheless, right? There should be free right to all. You need to keep your population healthy. Crash the Fool, no. I don't agree with that. Because the argument then becomes, why must I be responsible for your health when... Quick question. I'm fat as fuck, right? Used to be a heavy smoker. Used to drink a lot. Why must you be made to pay for my healthcare? It's just not fair. You should not be made to pay for my healthcare because my healthcare needs is going to be far higher than you. Now, luckily, I don't have any lasting problems, and I'm very healthy. All things, well, not even all things considered, I'm just very healthy. So, luckily, those things have not really fucked me up yet. But it's not fair that you have to pay for my healthcare. Now, the problem that most people... So, just by the way, literally... hold up, I wanna look at this, because this is actually funny as fuck. I think it's called the Free Market Foundation. Free Market Foundation. It's a South African thing, but they were talking to... not long ago, they were talking to a guy from Canada. He works for a Canadian board that they sort of try to help the government. Here we go. So I'll give you guys the link if you want it. This guy is from Canada, by the way. He's talking about like they work with this company, works with the government to sort of teach the government how to fix the healthcare system and whatnot. You guys do realize that Canada is the worst country for healthcare in the world amongst first world nations. Amongst all first world nations, Canada has the worst healthcare in the world. It's worse than the US. The only difference is that it's, free. It's not really free, right? But it's free. Canada is the worst. The best countries, here's what's really, really fucking funny. The best countries in the world with healthcare is Germany, the Netherlands, and Switzerland, I think. Those are the best countries in the world. And the reason they are the best countries in the world is they actually use the free market. So healthcare is still within the free market. The government simply supplements. But the free market still takes care of most things. Genetic conditions that require a chronic type therapy. Where will they get the money? Valestris, where did they get the money before healthcare was universal? You probably won't believe when I tell you that before government became involved, so before you had Medicaid and Medicare and all the rest of that bullshit, there were actual charity organizations. Some of them linked to churches, some of them linked to just society in general, that whenever a kid or a person needed healthcare, these charity organizations would step in and they would pay for everything. And people would gladly give to these charity organizations to help. You ask, where would this help come from? People go on GoFundMe all the time and say that they have some sort of disease, some sort of thing that's going wrong. People go on there saying that they're going to lose their homes, and you see how the community comes together. People instantly step in and say, hey, here's $100, here's $10, here's $5. We'll help you reach your goals so that you can keep your house. People are willing to give. Charities will pick up where other people can't pick up. Insurance through tax? Actually, everything wrong with providing insurance through tax. Everything wrong with that. I genuinely reject the entire idea of it. If the government was efficient, and if the government knew what the fuck they were doing, I would say, sure. All right. But the government is the most inefficient, wasteful, useless entity in literally everywhere. And I mean literally everywhere. And you want to give them control of your healthcare? I've asked you guys this before, and most of you said, yeah, we wouldn't do that. If the government tomorrow decided to step in and take over all mobile phone creations and all PC creations and decided to nationalize every single gaming company in the world, would you be happy about that? Would you be happy if the US government bought Blizzard Entertainment? Because I argue most of you would say fuck no. So you believe that gaming is more important than healthcare? Because I don't think so. I think healthcare is far more important. So why would if I wouldn't let the government make my video games, why the fuck would I let them touch my health? Makes no sense. The government is useless. What's the government ever done that's good? Like, name one thing that the government has done that's sort of fucking good. I'll wait. Government is fundamentally a useless organism that, even at the best of times, shouldn't exist. We're not even talking about when governments are really fucking in their strive, right? It's easy for people to not think about how governments are useless. Shadow Dragon, very true. B. Stefan, the police is the one thing that I am sort of on the fence about when it comes to anarchy. So most staunch anarchists believe that the police should be abolished and that private security should take over where the police was. I'm not necessarily sold on that. I don't necessarily think that you can trust private corporations with that level of power. So in that regard, I don't mind seeing a small government whose only job is to have a police force. Even though I do understand the arguments that anarchists make for a private police force, because at least with a private police force, you can fire them if they're not doing their jobs. Yeah, Seattle did sort of try to remove the government, and now the city is basically falling apart. Nitora, the same way they are now. How is the law upheld between you and me right now, right? This is the thing. Anarchy is a relationship. You and I, me and all of you viewers, we have an anarchist relationship between us. Why is it an anarchist relationship? Because no one is forced to be here. We are all here as from our own volition, right? We've decided that we want to be here. How do I enforce the rules on this stream? I have mods. And there's rules that we've laid out, and if you don't play by the rules, I remove you. So how do we do this in a anarchist society? Well, think of a shop. A shop will have private security. There will be rules that must be followed within that shop, and if you do not play by the rules that shop has laid out, the private security will take you away. We know the lawyer, beyond drinking age, and don't steal, kill. That's sort of the only rules that most people have, right? If someone kills someone, the person that died cannot talk. But if you hold absolute power over banning people, I mean, why do my mods not misuse their power? Because again, it's about mutual respect, which I believe is something that you can actually achieve. Shaggy, thank you for the prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shaggy, how you doing, bro? So smoking is bad for you? Yes, it's something we all agree on, but it is your right to smoke, and should the tobacco companies be held to a higher standard, stop adding things to make their product more addicting. There's only one thing, and I'll get to what you just said there, Mary, but there's only one thing that anarchy sort of struggles with, which I myself have been spending a lot of time now thinking about and trying to find any sort of answer to it, and that's when it comes to kids. I don't know how anarchy deals with children, because children cannot speak for themselves. This is why most of the time we ask the government to intervene whenever kids are involved, right? Because what do you do when you have a kid that cannot speak for themselves, that is being mistreated, that is being abused? How do you deal with that? This would be, I would argue, the biggest issue for anarchy. The one thing that anarchy cannot solve. Everything else is solvable. Like, you can have private courtrooms, and you can have private prisons, and you can have private security. Most other things can be sorted on their own. Children is the one thing that I don't know how you fix that. Ludes, I suppose that's true. There would probably be organizations that very quickly... This is the one hope, right? Is in a true anarchist society, there would be organizations that step in and sort of help whenever children are being abused. So that's the hope, right? Is that private entities would rise up, charity organizations would rise up to take care of children that is being abused and that is sort of mistreated. Again, it's difficult to know if that would work. One can hope, right? One can definitely hope. But there is a different sort of government that I've sort of been thinking about lately. That sort of includes the government. So this lays to rest a lot of the issues that most people may or may not be having with it. Organized crime, B. Stefan, would be taken care of very quickly. When you have a private police force whose only job is to keep citizens safe, they don't give a fuck about drug use or anything like that, organized crime would be very quick to root out. Also, they'd have far more tools than the government has, and they wouldn't be nearly as useless as most police departments the world over. Do you guys want to hear my theory of a government that could work? Like, it could probably be one of the best systems ever. Yeah, we get rid of taxes. Where do every charity organization get their funds? From people, right? All right, so my biggest issue as a capitalist, as someone that believes in the free market, that believes that people should be free to reach for their dreams and do basically whatever they want, my biggest problem with capitalism is the inevitable corruption within the system. No matter what government you have, and no matter how the government starts, and we can look at the US as a good example of this. When the US government was first formed, when the Federation was first formed, it was actually meant to be a very small government that doesn't involve itself in the market. This very quickly changed. It took less than 100 years for the first central bank to be thought up by the government, right? So this is how quickly governments become corrupt and how quickly governments start involving themselves in other people's shit. So this is one of the biggest issues, is how do you control the inevitable corruption by the government? The problem with the US, the problem is so there's a big problem within the US. Perhaps, I don't think a lot of US people realize just how big the problem is within the US government system. I don't think there's anywhere in the world a more clear example of a dictatorship than the US. And the fact that you have two people to vote for doesn't change that. Most people think of a dictatorship as only one person. Why does two change the fact that it's a dictatorship? You literally have a choice between two bowls of shit, and you choose the lesser smelly one, right? The one that doesn't stink quite as fucking much. But the dictatorship still fucking stands, right? On the one side, you have 50% of the people that's very unhappy right now with Joe Biden being the president. And just a short few years ago, you had the other 50% of the people being very unhappy with Trump being the president. At the end of the day, there's about 50% of the people that lives in a dictatorship, that lives in a country where their money is being misused by a government that they don't trust and that they don't want. All right? So this is the biggest issue with democracy. Democracy is simply the ability to vote for your dictator. Democracy is fucking flawed in every single way, and this argument that democracy is the best we have is bullshit. It's not the best we have. It's a system that should literally be thrown in the dustbin. It doesn't work. Of course it's a dictatorship. Of course it's a dictatorship. Okay, I challenge you. Write to Joe Biden and tell him that you refuse to pay taxes because you don't agree with his agenda. See what happens to you. I mean, try it. See what happens. We'll let's throw the dice and see how it fucking goes for you. Guarantee you, men with guns will show up not long after and take you to jail because you're not playing by the rules, which literally is what happens in a dictatorship. We use violence and we use fear to force you to do what we want you to do. This is a dictatorship. Just having an extra name on the list doesn't change the fact that it's a fucking dictatorship. It's still a dictatorship. The only difference is you get two choices. Who's going to dictate for the next 4 years before the other guy comes in and dictates again for a little while? That is what a dictatorship is. You don't really have a choice. And once the person is elected, you literally don't have a choice. So dictatorships, and this is, by the way, true for the whole world. This is true for the entire world. Everyone lives in a dictatorship. The difference is people have sort of accepted their lot in life. We've just sort of accepted that democracy is the best we've got, even though it's a complete lie. So what does the perfect government look like? Well, I think it should start with your constitution. The problem in the US is the amendments to a lot of the Constitution of America. The fact that government can come in and change things usually does not bode well. The other issue is you can't have a constitution that is completely unchangeable because you don't know what the future is going to look like, right? We don't know what's going to happen 500 years into the future. So you can't just have a constitution that, bam, this is the constitution. So I've sort of been thinking about, how do you write a constitution? How do you write a constitution that actually works forever? And I've been thinking about the first, like, sort of golden rules within the Constitution. And what I mean by golden rules is these would be rules that cannot be changed. Doesn't matter how many votes you have. You can have 100% of the Congress and 100% of the Senate agreeing on it. These rules cannot be changed. They are fundamental. They are forever. There's nothing you can do. And these rules has to be, first and foremost, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech should be an absolute right. And there should only ever be one exception to freedom of speech, and that is an actual call to violence. And when I say actual call to violence, what I mean by that is you are literally standing outside someone's house, pointing at the house and saying, burn this guy's house down, right? That should be illegal, and that's fine. Outside of that, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. Like, no one should be able to silence you. You should be allowed to speak freely, because we think by speaking. Without being able to speak, we wouldn't be able to think. So freedom of speech is an absolute right. The second, and this is perhaps the most important rule for me, government may offer no services but through the free market. This, I think, is the thing that fixes every government in the world 100%. What do I mean by that? Everything should be far more transparent. So let's imagine that the government wants to build a road. The government has to put out a visible advertisement, if you will, right? That they want to build a wall here. Or not a wall. They want to build a road here. Companies will make public quotations. So they will draw up a quote of how much it's going to cost to build this road, right? How long it's going to take and all the rest of it. And it will be public for the entire world to see. Government will then choose one of these companies based on the quote and based on the time that it's going to take to fix it. And that private company then builds the road. So government isn't allowed to employ anyone. It can only reach out to private companies to do the jobs. Now, I would love to hear from you if there's a way in which you see corruption seeping in. And when I say corruption, I mean long-term corruption, not small, because we'll catch that because it's all public. We'll figure out that, hold on, why the fuck did you use that company? They were twice as expensive as every other company, right? We would be able to figure that out. After you finish this tangent, go straight, mate, so we can make a distinct separation of hate space from politics to polydicks. Apocalypse, I've only been streaming for an hour and a half. I'm good still. To be honest, there is no nation that is not built on blood, so as the corruption. Corruption always will cause humans are flawed. No system is perfect. Yes, but the challenge that we have is building a system or a system of government that is as immune to corruption as humanly possible. Doesn't mean that the system is going to be... So, by the way, for those of you that didn't know, what was his name again? Fucking blanked on the name now. George Washington. George Washington actually stated very clearly, America will have a revolution, and what he meant by that was a civil war every 200 years. This was the words of George Washington. When did he say that? Giant Rat Guy, it's in one of his final papers, I believe. It was like in one of his final sort of memoirs that he wrote. I mean, very few people know this, but he was an incredible writer. No, you're asking me the wrong question here. I don't know what year it was. The issue or the reason he said it is very important. He said that corruption will inevitably lead to civil war. And in order to preserve the Constitution, America will have a civil war every 200 years. It was supposed to be that, yeah. Kings exist. Next, I agree. The problem is that our presidents have become kings. I legitimately listened to my president the other day when he announced the new lockdown level 3 rules. And he said, we're doing this because we have to keep our people safe. And I thought to myself, you smug, arrogant motherfucker. Our people? What the fuck are you talking about? You do not speak for me, you cunt. I didn't even vote for you. Like, what are you talking about? Our people safe. As if we are the kings and it's our job to keep our people safe. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. It's not your job to keep me safe. Your job is to do your fucking job. And nowhere there does it say that you have to keep me safe. You just have to keep me safe from other people. Like, you just have to ensure that I can do my thing without other people interfering with my fucking life. That's it. I get, for real, I get very passionate about governments. Very passionate. I hate the lot of them. I hate all of them. Don't even, no one should ever look at me and go, oh my God, he's clearly a Republican or he's clearly a Democrat. I want them both to go the way of history. Like, I would be happy if in 20 years we speak about the Republican Party and the Democratic Party in passing as these things that used to fucking exist. T-Jock, no. I am not. Why do you ask? Welcome to the chat, by the way. You and H-Boy. Giovanni, I get I get very angry at government. Topic, can I sleep better? True. Alright, fuck it. Fuck it. Done with the real talk. Done with the... Of course I like Jews. What kind of fucking question is that, Jock? Why would you even ask that? And the thing is, half the things people think they need, they don't. We live in such a consumerism age. Consumerism is... yeah, consumerism is not good. A free world cannot be free until we stop holding men up to rule over us as kings. It was a quote I remember from high school. True. The problem is most people do hold the... Like, the presidency, the vote for presidency in the US has become this fucking popularity contest. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I don't know why people get so... Like, people started crying when Hillary lost and crying when Joe Biden won. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Can we get Jock banned? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. The gods, what we're doing now would be hubris. Are you bored and 7? What? But they're humans like us, so fuck them. Yeah, absolutely fuck them. Like, people were actually crying, like, as if Joe Biden winning is gonna mean that he's gonna come over to your house and finger blast you or some shit. Like, bro, the guy's not, he doesn't even know your fucking name, and you're crying because he won? Congratulations, you just got fucked by a different president. Do you feel happy? Fuck me. It's not just Biden, it's the people that got so happy when Trump won as well. Like, what did he really do for you? Nothing. Because guess what? They're all fucking scumbags. The Republican Party and the Democratic Party is basically the same party. They just pretend to, like, in public, they pretend to not like each other. In private, they're all having circle jerks and shit. Like, I guarantee you, eventually it'll come out that Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi is having an affair, and they're sort of banging while they're coming up with new fucking rules for shit. You know, new ways to fuck over the American people. And Chuck Schumer and, I don't know, who else do I not like? Lindsey Graham watches porn together, and they have a good old fucking time jerking each other off. This is literally the government. It's like, these people are so fucking fake. They're so fake, and people fall for it as if these people care. It's insane to me. I don't know how people can think that these people give a shit. Trickster, I agree with you there. Germano, it gets far worse. It gets far worse. Far worse. Anyways, let's not keep talking about this. I'm sure that most of you have had enough of the political talk. Let's get into stuff that is more fun, more to do with this channel. Right? Because while I do like the political discussions, they piss me off. So I don't want to be pissed off the whole fucking time. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I like having a little bit of a what do we call it? I like letting off steam every once in a while, but then at the same time, I also get this sort of, I reach this point where I just go, nah, fuck it. My ranting is not going to change anything. Like, these fuckers are going to keep stealing our money. They're going to keep pretending like they fucking care. Joe Biden can't even remember what he had for breakfast, but somehow he cares about the fucking guy living in California that he's never met, and he's going to make rules to help you. Sure, let's go with that. You know, one last political comment, man. Novak, what? That was it. Not hate on the government now. Time to hate on Blizzard. It's not so much hating on Blizzard. Have any of you seen this? I'll make it a little bit bigger so you guys can actually see what's going on here. Have you guys seen this? We've spoken about this on Sunday a little bit. All right, so how many of you... Actually, we're going to do a fucking poll on this bitch. Hold up. Because I genuinely want to know. Manage poll. New poll. Oh my fuck, can I type? Oh my god. Okay. I genuinely want to see what this, what the results is for this. I want to know how many of you have your Lego, your legendary, on your chest, shoulders, or pants. It's not looking good. Not looking good. This is bad. This is really bad. All right. At least 18 of you. We can assume that if more people voted, we'd have even more people saying the exact same thing. Yeah. Basically, if you don't have your Lego on your chest, your shoulders, or your pants, you were kind of doing it wrong, because those are the items that give the highest stats. So turning one of those items into your Lego is the way to go. Right? That's how you want to go. Sorry, not, yeah, head. Sorry, head, shoulders, and chest. Excuse me. Don't know where I came to pants or why I came to pants. All right, so the bad news for all of you, like, we can assume that about 75% of the entire stream has their head, their Lego on either their head, chest, or their shoulders. The bad news for all of you is that you will have to recraft your legendaries for patch 9.1. Do you want to know why? Because the new item that you now get in patch 9.1, the domination shards, or the domination sockets rather, spawn on these 3 slots. And you can have 3 of them. You can have the head, the shoulders, or the chest. Which means that if you want the domination shards, which is going to be absolutely fucking insanely powerful, you will be forced to rejoin Torghast, literally spam all of your soul ash that you've basically given up on because you already had your legendary, so that you can recraft the legendary from the ground up with something new. Now, you have to think about how horrible this is, because you're not just talking about having to upgrade the legendary 2 or 3 more levels. What you're talking about is having to start from fucking scratch. You're starting from new. And now you're upgrading it once again to where it was before, so that you can finally upgrade it to where it needs to be. What I want to know is, well, Scratch, if you've been one of those guys that just did Torghast every single week, you're probably sitting on a mountain of soul ash, Thomas, in which case that shouldn't bother you too much. But if you were one of the people that hated Torghast and only did it so that you can get your legendary upgrade and then you fucking stopped, you are starting your entire legendary from scratch. Because remember, you now have to buy a new item. So let's imagine you want to put it on your boots now, because that's where that legendary can go. You have to buy the boots, the item from the crafter. Now you have to farm the soul ash, infuse it so as to make the legendary. Then you have to keep grinding the soul ash to upgrade it every single week or 2 until such time that it's finally fully upgraded. Now you have your legendary back, because you've replaced the legendary items with domination socket items. Right? That's how this new system works. I have a couple of problems right off the bat with the system. First and foremost, who is the intern that designed this system? Who? And then more than that, how can you tell me that after all of this, after this entire thing, like looking at the system, because this was literally the first thing that popped into my mind. So you can't tell me that Blizzard doesn't have people that's at least somewhat competent. Because I'm not the most competent person in the world, and I immediately thought of this. When I saw this, I thought to myself, hold on, this is not good. That means people will have to recraft their legendary. And my initial thoughts were, they're obviously going to add some kind of refund system, right? Obviously. They're obviously going to go, right, people have crafted these legendaries. We're now replacing the legendary sockets, or the legendary items with socketed items. So we'll move over. Users Israel, they don't give a refund. The last interview that Ian did, when he was asked if they could implement a system that would give a refund, Ian said no. They have no plans to implement a system for a refund. Now, granted, it wasn't about this system specifically. This was before we even knew that this system was going to come into effect. But there is no refund. You don't refund your current legendary and get back at least some of the soul ash that you spent on it. You are basically just incentivized to do it again. No one at Blizzard thought about this. Not a single fucking person at Blizzard thought, hey, maybe we should implement we are fucking the player over, right? This is us legitimately fucking the player. Maybe, just maybe, we should give them a refund. No. They didn't even think about it. But here's the thing that actually pisses me off the most about this. It's not even that they're doing this. Let's just double check. Where's the blue post? Where's the communication? Where's the fucking developer going, oh, guys, we wanted to explain why we're coming in raw, no condom, no lube. We just wanted to give you guys a quick heads up. Here's why we thought that your assholes could handle this. You are the fuckers who designed this game. Maybe, just fucking maybe, you want to give us a heads up? Maybe you want to explain to us why you're doing it this way? What was your reasoning for doing it this way? Nothing. Where is Blizzard? I would ask this question over the last month and a half. Where is Blizzard? We get 0 blue posts. We get 0 explanations. We get no explanations for why the patch has taken so long as it has. Blizzard just fucking shut down. They just immediately, they closed down all the fucking walls. They brought down all of the doors. They're literally sitting with their fingers in their ears going la 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 la, thinking if they do that, we'll forget that they fucking exist. Like, we'll just sort of forget that anything is fucking wrong, and we'll just go, all right, fine, screw it. Blizzard doesn't seem to realize that they are their own worst enemy. Because I get it. You're gonna get attacked for changes like this, right? But you make it so much worse, when you don't even talk to the players, when you don't even tell the players why you're doing it. They're fixing problems they made in their heads. Next to even then, writing a short blue post would take like fucking 2 minutes, right? Dragonwolf, you think so? Because they can. Simple people are still paying for a game they are more than 50% unhappy with. Mary, but even then, there should be a little bit of respect to your players, right? We're not even talking about... This is not even something that I think players, in and of themselves, should necessarily be driving. Your players are paying you to make this game, to design this game, to make sure that this game works. You owe it to them to at least give them reasons for why you're doing certain things to make their lives more difficult. Do you think that it could be possible that this stupid and impossible to defend decision at least make them earn more money in some way? Well, Dragonwolf just pointed out that it could be to push token sales, because people will have to spend money again buying the sort of base items. The reason I don't necessarily think that's true, Dragonwolf, is most legendary crafting items is stupidly cheap. Like the last time I tried to buy wrists, I believe I paid like 900 gold, which I'm not going to go buy a fucking token for 900 gold. Nexty, very true. What do you want them to tell us, Akalon? Can you imagine how people would react in a conversation with them saying, see in 8 months from now in 9.1? And the question is how long we will wait for 9.2. Users Israel, can you imagine how people acted? Yes, I can, because we all acted exactly the way that we acted. But can you imagine how people would have acted if Blizzard came out and explained why they're taking so much time? And I'm talking about an honest fucking explanation, not, oh, you know, COVID has made things really hard, even though Elder Scrolls Online and Final Fantasy both will release their expansions on fucking time during COVID. Right? We're ignoring the fact that the other game companies are bringing their games to market on time during COVID, right? I'm talking about a reasonable and honest explanation for why things are going the way that it's going. So in other words, you step up and you say, all right, guys, Shadowlands has some clear, deep issues that we need to solve, and it's gonna take us time to do so. We do apologize. We had some internal problems that COVID really fucking exploited. We are trying to fix it. Please be patient with us. We will bring you the game as soon as we can. You want to know what most of us would have done? Cool, Blizzard, no problem. We'll go play something else until the game is ready. I wouldn't have been angry. I wouldn't have been upset. Blizzard gave their explanation. I'm a big boy. I can accept it. The only people that would have gotten angry are the immature people that act like children whenever they don't get a sweetie in the shop. Everyone else would have been okay with it. Everyone else, when Blizzard came out and explained to us that Shadowlands was going to be delayed, most of us went, all right, cool. It's fine. No problem. Very few of us went, what the fuck? Delayed? Fuck you, Blizzard. Very few of us did that. The vast majority of us went, okay, cool. If Blizzard came out and they did the exact same thing with 9.1, most of us adults would have gone, all right, cool. We'll wait. Gonna be worth it. No problem. But by keeping quiet, what you're doing is people are getting angry because every week we're waiting. We're not getting anything. We're not getting anything. Nothing's happening. What the fuck's going on? Why do I keep paying my subscription when nothing's coming and no one's talking to me? Part of my subscription is because this is supposed to be an online never-ending game. I should at least get some feedback. Now, if Blizzard really thinks that our $15 a month isn't enough, then they should come up with a new subscription fee. Like $5 if you want feedback or some shit like that. I don't know, right? But they have to do something. This is just not fair. You don't do something like this. Blizzard, you don't make a system like this. You don't even fucking talk to your players about it. You don't even explain to your players why you're doing it. Hey, Chilo, how you doing, bro? We all paid for this expansion with our subs. They are doing all this with our money, yet we don't get a say in any decisions. The funny part is how little Blizzard gives a fuck about the fact that we pay for these games. Is there someone that actually made that argument? For every 100 million they make in profit, no joke, they put like 100k back in the game. It would not surprise me if that number is a little bit high, Wild Boy. They just do what they want. Sockhead, so true. And it pisses me off. It pisses me off. By the way, Sockhead, thank you much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Happy to have you, bro. It pisses me off because I'm at a point now where I legitimately don't know how to defend Blizzard anymore. I'm sure there's still shills out there that can do it. There's almost definitely still content creators out there that can bend over just a little bit more, you know, to defend Blizzard. But we are reaching the point where no one can defend Blizzard anymore. We've already had it, right? You had someone like Taliesin, for example. Even he started speaking out against Blizzard. Towley, who is a staunch defender of Blizzard, again, even he spoke out and said, this is bullshit. Sorry, this is bullshit. I can't use Balila because Balila has always been very honest about Blizzard. Kildana, I did see that survey. So I'm actually friends with fuck my life, what's his name now? Oh my cunt. Judith, sorry. For a second there, I wanted to say Judith, and I knew that wasn't his name. Judith, I'm actually friends with Judith. No, I've spoken to him before, and he's the guy that sort of linked it on Twitter. So, isn't that debunked to be a fake? I don't know. I'm sort of thinking that it's from Judith himself. We can check quickly. Hold up, let me go to Twitter and just see this shit. I think this is from Judith's email. There we go. know. We can look at the comments and see. For those wanting to see the full email. I think this is his own email, Alex. Like, he shared this. Photoshopped on some parts. Well, I genuinely believe this is his this is his email. Like, it was sent to him. Yeah, you can actually see there, dear Judith. I know Judith well enough to know that he wouldn't fake this. This is not, Judith isn't that kind of guy. So I genuinely don't think that he would have faked it. We can actually just do a quick, I'm not going to show you guys my emails, but we can do a quick, I haven't checked my Blizzard email in fucking weeks. So let's see, maybe I got a survey from Blizzard Entertainment, although I doubt they would send me anything. No, sadly, I didn't get an email from Blizzard. They clearly don't care about my opinion. But all right, back to the email in question. Now, I don't necessarily agree that this is showing Blizzard panicking, but I do think that Blizzard should be panicking. I think Blizzard should be panicked, because my answer to this, how likely or unlikely are you to play each of these games when they are released? Final Fantasy Endwalker, very likely. I don't think this is a case of them being panicked, but we could look at this in a number of ways, right? We could look at this as a good thing or a bad thing, depending on the angle that you want to take. Is Blizzard finally realizing that they have to start looking at other games? Because my answer on this is very likely. In fact, my answer on this is definitely. Will I be playing Endwalker when it goes live? 100%, absolutely no fucking questions asked. You guys want to know something? I literally have Final Fantasy up in the background. I'm Like, I'm almost always in Final Fantasy. So, fact of the matter is, of course I'm going to play Endwalker. Because Final Fantasy is an absolute amazing fucking game. Wait, is this Blizzard asking you on regarding Final Fantasy? No, they weren't asking me. This is Judith. They were asking Judith. Neither I got the survey, though. I never get anything from Blizz. I do want to see the Moonex back. The question that I have is, how many of you think this might be a good thing? That Blizzard is starting to take note of other games out there, and that maybe they have to start looking at what these other games are doing right. Socket, if you listen to Apocalypse, he will actually tell you the complete opposite. Blizzard is so out of touch with the community that they think that as long as there are memes, people love the game. Even if the memes are incredibly negative, they go, well, people are memeing it. That must mean they love it, right? Memes is a good thing. They made WoW in the first place. Think it's a good idea. So the issue with Blizzard, the main issue with Blizzard right now is they have stopped listening to anyone. I'm on Goblin 2, AW. Blizzard have stopped looking, and by the way, I have this directly from developers. So this is not my guess. This is what developers themselves have told me. Blizzard believes World of Warcraft is so big that there are no competitors to it, and that they don't have anyone that they can look to see if there are things that they do that's better that they can maybe incorporate. They believe that they are the only ones that can move the genre forward, and that everyone sort of borrows from them. This was literally from Blizzard developers, and I've heard it on multiple occasions, not just one. I've heard this from a few developers who said this to me. They were trying to explain why sometimes they release things that doesn't work, why sometimes, systems don't work because they're basically left to innovate because there's no one else in their space that can do it. And I just thought to myself, you do realize there are plenty of games that's coming for you. Final Fantasy is coming for World of Warcraft in a big way. Elder Scrolls is coming for World of Warcraft, and it's been coming for World of Warcraft for a long time. It's a slow game. It's a game that's taking its time, but with every single expansion, they get a little bit closer to being a very good expansion. These games are coming for Blizzard, and the problem is Blizzard seems to be stagnating. Blizzard seems to be incapable of realizing that they are not untouchable. Are you going to leave WoW? How much recalculations do we need to make on our finances to make it seem like we are still the boss? Will you be playing Final Fantasy on stream? I will be, I will be, yes. We'll quickly do, there's one discussion that I want to have from a lore perspective, and then we'll probably jump into some Final Fantasy. That's why I have Final Fantasy open, because if I'm not going to play it on stream, I'm just going to be playing it offline. Just going to force myself. Aureus, why do you not like Final Fantasy? I've done Praetorium. I've finished Praetorium already, I think. Converted into a dweeb. I am loving Final Fantasy. Told my friend, didn't want back too late tonight, so early drinks. Germanio, have fun. Let me just quickly... There's actually very few weeb things, Aureus. There's places in the game where you can involve yourself with the weebery, but there's actually very few weeb things. I'm not a weeb at all, and I really enjoy the game. The only thing I don't like is the no voices, but that's not a deal breaker. I like it. WoW is still my main game, but I do like the fun. Biggie Ronnie, what level are you now? Because it does change. So, okay, it changes, Big Ronnie. So, once you reach level 50 and you're finished with the main storyline, the MSQ, most of the big conversations are completely voice acted. Completely voice acted. And also, apparently it gets even more in expansions. So, sadly, it is the first part of the game has very few voice acting in it. But remember, they had barely a budget to rework the game, so to speak. So with the expansions, it gets a lot better. The way they do the story as well in Final Fantasy, it's absolutely amazing. It is absolutely amazing. You guys will see when we play Final Fantasy a bit later. Let's quickly get into the lore conversation that I wanted to have for today. So this is over on WarcraftLore. And it's not a big conversation. WarcraftLore doesn't really have much else that really stands out. I don't know why. It seems like the lore in World of Warcraft is this... it's just dead at the moment. And when I say dead, I don't mean the lore is dead and it doesn't exist anymore. I mean, there's just not a lot of lore discussions at the moment. Usually, this would be chock and block full of just every sort of conversation you can think of. It's sort of just been repeating itself, like the same questions keep popping up every few weeks. And it's questions that we've already discussed. 5 comes to Steam at the end of this year. I don't know what Fatal Frame is, Nixty. No idea what it is. But this post is about Galakrond Lich King 1.0, which I think is an interesting look. Now, we'll go through the post and then I will give you my thoughts on it. One thing that wasn't fully explained, can you guys read this or do you want me to make it a little bit bigger? Probably make it a little bit bigger for the people that's on their mobile phones. All right. One thing that wasn't explained fully in Dawn of Aspects was how Galakrond started his size-increasing Hunger Crusade. By the time he's a threat to the other Proto-Dragons and we start hearing about him, he's already massive and eating, then reanimating other dead Proto-Dragons. Very true. However, this is something that we could actually fucking say about the normal World of Warcraft lore and how World of Warcraft usually deals with their lore. We usually just fall in, like, at the middle of the fucking story rather than actually seeing the story unfold. But, you know, this is true. Although there is an inferred reason why Galakrond became what he is. Now, first and foremost, you have to understand what Galakrond was. He was, at least based on speculation, that is, based on the evidence presented to us, the first ever Proto-Drake or dragon that was infused with power from all of the aspects. So the aspects and their powers that we see right now, Galakrond was infused with all of this power. So Galakrond's power was literally off the fucking charts. We also have a little bit of information from Ian and the team that Galakrond was also the first ever time that necromancy was present in World of Warcraft or on Azeroth. Wait, what are we looking at? Blizzard shareholders have just barely approved the company's controversial executive compensation plan, which will pay CEO Bobby Kotick's $154 million. Did anyone think this wasn't going to happen? And also, if you guys are angry at this happening, do you want the poor man to suffer? The guy needs another yacht. He only has like 5 homes. Do you want him to live in absolute poverty? It's only $154 million, guys. I mean, what do you fucking want from him? At this point, he can only eat out like 5 days a week, because 7 days a week is above his pay grade. So all he's asking for is that he can eat out at least every single day. The fact that you guys are getting angry at this is very, very fucking selfish. The poor guy, like, you know, have some feelings. Like, Jesus, where's your empathy for this guy? He's struggling, right? And for anyone that is sort of getting angry, it's sarcasm. Anyways, let's get back into what's even more important, because fuck this guy. On top of that, he does deserve a blowjob, Germanio. Are you offering your services? All right, so let's just continue with this. If I remember correctly, Tyr mentioned something about Galakrond exploring where he shouldn't have, which started his necromantic infection and gave birth to his insatiable hunger and corruption. True, maybe for a yacht. All right. I think that it could easily tie in with something that the jailer had forged and dropped onto Azeroth, which Galakrond then ate, absorbed, or just got too close to, which could have been an early version of the Frostmourne Lich King world-killing attempt. If all he had to work with on the planet were semi-intelligent proto-dragons and wanted to do something very similar to what was done with Arthas, then this is probably how it would have gone down. Now, my issue with this argument here is there's a lot of ifs and buts here, right? For X to be true, Y had to happen. For Y to be true, A had to happen. For B to be true, C needs to happen. So there's a lot of sort of, we have no evidence, right, that the jailer, outside of Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination, that the jailer dropped anything else onto Azeroth. It is far more possible, now that we have the information from the Tassavish lore box, that when you infuse a single being with all the powers of the cosmos, that being is going to be unstable. Remember, when all of these 6 powers came together, when all of these 6 powers existed, it was chaotic. It wasn't until some force, the 7th force, according to the Tashavish lore book, right? The 7th force brought them together and then sort of infused a sense of order within them. So if you are going to take something like a proto-dragon, infuse it with the power of the cosmos, so from every single angle you infuse it with power, does it not stand to reason that this thing is almost inevitably going to become unstable and going to become way too powerful to control? So that to me seems far more possible. Chronicle 1 doesn't shed any light. It just mentions that Galakrond was larger and stronger than all other proto-dragons and decided to suddenly start eating others of his kind, which makes no sense. ETA, it's probably more likely that he just ate a random piece of Yasharaj that he found lying around, which may have dialed up his hunger to cannibalistic levels, similar to how the heart made Garrosh super crazy, but sort of kept his original goals. But the necromancy that's included might have been a subtle tweak by Zuval in some way. It doesn't necessarily have to be outside influence, right? That's not necessarily required in order to make this work. So what do I mean by that? Zuval did not need to drop something on Azeroth, nor did he need to give something to Galakrond. When you already have an unstable entity in Galakrond, so you already have a being that's completely infused with the powers of the cosmos, that is becoming unstable because of this incredible power, all you really need is a whisper. A whisper of untold power, of control. This has been true forever, right? The more control you have, the more power you have, the more power you want. So this is a far more likely explanation than the explanation from Pentarian. I'm not saying Pentarian's argument isn't true, because this would actually be really cool. This is one of the reasons I asked the question not long ago. Just want to make sure that I'm not on the wrong page here. No, I'm not. We should be good. Just quickly see here, community. So I asked this question. The next World of Warcraft expansion, Ural and the Army of the Light seems to be the highest. Return of the Dragons at 26%, second highest. I genuinely believe that we are going to get a Return of the Dragons. I believe that a Return of the Dragons is going to be an expansion that we're going to see probably fairly soon. And from my expectations for the Return of the Dragons, I have a feeling that Galakrond is going to become extremely important in that discussion. Because Galakrond is, according to Blizzard at least, Ian himself said it, was the first sort of version of necrotic or of necromantic magic on Azeroth. We're dealing with the Shadowlands right now. So at some point, we have to dive into the world of Galakrond, into his story. The next 5 minutes, we'll receive a gifted sub. A Final Fantasy move is the more likely option. Well, guys, if you want a gifted sub, you need to start chatting right now. What would a Final Fantasy move look like, Andy? Like, what would that look like? Because I will tell you why I believe Final Fantasy storytelling is heads and shoulders above that of Blizzard. And it's going to take a little bit of time for me to really explain to you exactly why. So bear with me here. Just bear with me. So in Final Fantasy, you start level 1, you have no idea what's going on, right? You sort of build yourself up and you start to discover things as you go along. Now, something that Final Fantasy does that is better than anything World of Warcraft has ever done is how they maintain their main storylines. There's about 3 different storylines that you contained within your build up to max level, at least level 50. There's 3 different storylines. And the way Final Fantasy handles these 3 storylines is they pick up one, run with it for a bit, then that one sort of moves to the side, and then another one sort of starts back up until that one moves to the side, and then the third one starts back up, and that will move to the side, and it keeps rotating. So at any given point, you are only ever focused on a single main story quest line, whilst the others is sort of in the back of your mind. You remember that there were things here. There's a lot of betrayal, there's a lot of internal strife within how Final Fantasy presents the game. But allow me to explain to you what happens when you get to max level. Because this is something that I wish Blizzard would do, and I don't know why they're not doing it. So maybe some spoilers here for a lot of people, but this is what I've been doing for the last 2 days now. The way the questing in Final Fantasy is also built is you go through the main storyline and you have to do all of the main storyline quests. This is included at max level. When you reach max level, you have to play through the max level quest lines for all of the patches before you can get to the next expansion. And this is true for every new character that you're playing, although I don't know what happens when you play an alt. I don't know if you were to make an alt, if you could skip some of those stories, or if you still have to go through all of those stories. This I unfortunately don't know. But considering how the class system works in Final Fantasy, you don't ever need to level an alt. Like, you can, but you don't have to, because you can be any class that you want in the game. So leveling an alt is sort of maybe your own choice, but not necessarily, you don't have to. Anyway, so I got to max level, and I am now part of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. The Science of the Seventh Dawn is their main focus. It's an organization that focuses on the primals. Now, who is the primals? This is why I said, afford me a few minutes of your time to explain the story so that you can understand what I'm getting at when I say Blizzard needs to start doing this. The primals is godlike beings within the Final Fantasy universe. Some of these primals are quite nice and actually very benevolent. Most of them, however, isn't. Most of these primals want to bring about the end of the world. They want to enslave everyone to worshipping them. So as the Science of the Seventh Dawn, you go around and you sort of stop these primals from being summoned, and when the primals have been summoned, you take them down, right? That's the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Now, when you reach max level, the Science of the Seventh Dawn sort of gets dragged into political strife, which is literally not what the Science of the Seventh Dawn does. They're not a partisan organization. Now, Final Fantasy is the world of Eorzea is divided into three different nations. You have the Gridanians, you have the Limsa Lomenzas. I can't remember what they're called actually. What are the people called? The pirates from Limsa Lomensa. I don't know what the race there is called. And then you have the Uldanians, right, which is from Uldar. These nation states have an alliance, but they're also actually against one another. So they don't actually, how do we put it? By the way, Apocalypse, thank you much for the gifted sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. And Aureus, congratulations on winning a gifted sub for yourself. Luna Drake, how you doing, bro? I'm very good. Thank you much for asking. Enoch Blade, I'm not including the ones that isn't part of the Alliance yet, right? Because yes, you have these Guardians, which isn't part of the Alliance just yet. I'm literally now talking about where I am in the game, where it's only those three. It's the ones from Gridania, Limsa Lomensa, and Uldar. Now, while they have an alliance with one another, they're actually not allies. There's a lot of political strife between them and a lot of people that sort of go their own direction. They don't really help each other out. So there's inherent massive problems within Eorzea. The Science of the Seventh Dawn gets dragged into these political issues, which is not, they weren't supposed to be dragged into them. Sort of like Covenants, but not entirely, not even close actually. In Covenants, name only, right? But they don't have their own progression systems or shit like that. What happens then is you're sort of So you decide to move your headquarters from Uldar to Revenant's Toll, which is outside the borders of any of the 3 original nations of Eorzea. The reason you're doing this is so that you're no longer forced to intervene in sort of local political issues. But undoubtedly, every single time the realm has trouble, the Science of the Seventh Dawn is called upon. Now, let's just talk about the move from the Waking Sands to Revenant's Toll. You were part of it every step of the way. You were part of the formation of this new headquarters. You weren't just, it's not like in WoW, where, you know, something new is found and then you're sent to go collect 10 pieces of meat and 6 flagons of ale, right? And now suddenly the thing is founded. No, you are the one finding it. You are sent to discuss the possibility of supply lines being sent to you. So supplies will be established so that you always have supplies. You're sent to establish funding. You're an active part of the new move from the Waking Sands to Revenant's Toll. But then, as you start to realize that we're actually running out of... we don't have the manpower to actually help the realm with their political issues, they decide to form a new organization. This organization is called the Crystal Brave. And they're going to be to the political issues what the Scions are to the primal issues. And again, you are part of that formation. In World of Warcraft, when's the last time any of you remember being part of the story? Like, I mean, proper part of the story. So the story doesn't just happen. You build the story. In Legion with the class order rolls, similar, the closest it's ever been in World of Warcraft, actually. Not quite the same, because even with the sort of class order rolls, we weren't really part of the story. But we were more part of the story than usual. So, to explain to you in World of Warcraft terms, what would this sort of storytelling look like in World of Warcraft? Let's use something that happened very recently. The death of Saurfang. What would World of Warcraft have looked like if they designed the game the same way that Final Fantasy designs theirs? Saurfang dies, and the player is called upon to hunt down Sylvanas. Not called upon to go kill 10 of this and 5 of this while other people hunt down Sylvanas. No. You, the player, are hunting down Sylvanas. You hunt her down across all of Azeroth, looking for where she might possibly be. Finally, you figure out that she is heading to Northrend. You make your way to Northrend, you fight your way all the way through to ICC, finding out that that's where she is. When you finally enter ICC, she's left a couple of her generals there, and it is a dungeon, a 5-man dungeon, climbing ICC right up to the top, where you will face as the final boss, Sylvanas, as she challenges Bolvar. You engage in that fight, and you ultimately lose the fight. And there you see Sylvanas ripping apart the helm and destroying the heavens above, destroying the veil between our world and the Shadowlands. That is how you tell a story. That is how you tell a story where the player is involved in your story, where the player saw the story happen as the player was part of that story. The problem with World of Warcraft is we didn't see Sylvanas capture the Alliance leaders. We only saw it in a cinematic. We weren't even part of it, which another thing would have been, we would have been a part of that, right? We would have maybe found out that Sylvanas is going to try and capture them, try and stop her. We fail at every single point, and the Alliance leaders have been captured now. So, at the end of the day, Apocalypse, it doesn't have to be alt-friendly, because in order to make it alt-friendly, you could just make it skippable. So for alts, it doesn't have to exist. On an alt, you could say, yeah, I've already done this story. I don't want to do it again. Right? And so you can find shortcuts in the storyline. So rather than sending the player literally from point A to point B to point C to point this to point that, you would actually just tell the player, because they've already seen the story, Sylvanas is an ICC, you have to clear ICC in order to finish it, right? The yoinking of the leaders was so stupid, but everything in World of Warcraft is stupid. Everything happens and we're just sort of informed of it after it happens. When in reality, why aren't we part of it as it happens? Should we not be a part of it as it happens? Would that not be a better way of telling the story? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's literally just because I care about the story so much that I want to be a part of it. I want to feel like my character is actually doing something and not just my character sort of... You guys will see when we play Final Fantasy now. You'll see what, for those of you that haven't played it yet, what the storytelling in Final Fantasy is. Just how good it is. Because we're just the king's god dogs, not a part of the story. Nixie, the problem with that is that's why a lot of people keep complaining that they want to go back to being foot soldiers and not heroes. Because you're not treated as a hero in World of Warcraft. Just getting a guided tour most of the time and then get told to pick up mundane shit while they change the scenery in the back. That's exactly what it is. That's literally exactly what it is. What am I looking at here? Oh, look at this. This is very, very, very fucking true. We need to save us, but the credit goes to everyone else, okay? The confidence still think of a champion. I need to get this. I need this. Save image. All right. I have to tweet this out. I don't have a fucking choice. No. Upload the right picture, you motherfucker. All right, I tweeted it out. Happy with my tweet. The tweet should show up in chat in a minute. Right, let's just quickly change this. We need your aid because you are the only one with the mystic power to defeat the enemy, but you don't get to say you won. You did it for the king. That's exactly how the storytelling in World of Warcraft works. Actually, most of the time, you don't actually get to kill. In most of the story, you are not the one killing the big bad. It's some NPC that does absolutely fuck all that takes the credit for the kill. You were just part of it, you know? You were sort of just... You were also there whenever this NPC was killed. I mean, it is called kill steal, but hopefully it's not too... Hold up, let's just pause that music. Can you guys hear the music? Null Moon Lady, how you doing? Andy, what the fuck is this? I think someone's snorting the azurite out of the world's wounds. You gotta break their fucking neck. I need to show you guys this. This is too good. This is too fucking good. Look at that. Understand the hellscape? So you've not gone full weep yet and leveled a bunny girl on the amount of time? No, I'm not leveling a bunny girl ever. It's never gonna fucking happen. Chappelle, how you doing, bro? I like my fucking whatever this thing is called. What's the race? An aura. Aura. However you pronounce it. Can you guys hear the music, or do you want me to turn up the sound a little bit? It's not ears, it's horns, Savin. The only kills I'm okay with was Tyrion. To some extent. Bunny girl, when you can go sit in the quicksand and get all the bunny girls you want. One of the demon guys, whatever they are called. Wait, there's demon guys? How? Are you hearing? Can you guys hear the sound? I just want to make sure that the sound is okay in the game. Why did it look like it was lagging there? What the fuck? The stream better not be fucking lagging. Okay, turn it up a little bit, right? How's that? You're welcome to tell me if you want me to keep turning it up. No, wait. Oh. Appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, as you might try your luck here in Rivenstall. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Right. Speak to Tataru. Oh, she's right here. It's lagging. Better go explore Northrend for lore nuggets. Uldor calls you, Akko. No, I'm not going to Northrend right now. Nexty, have you never played Final Fantasy before? Oh, unless you're jumping around a castle. I jump a lot. What I find sort of weird is that a lot of the players in Final Fantasy don't jump as much as I do. Is it just a World of Warcraft thing? Like, is it only World of Warcraft people that jump around so much? Because I jump all the time. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Well, you're a fucking loser. That's why you'll never be renowned. Oh, this might be an interesting story. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. So for those of you that don't know why this might be an interesting story, this guy seems to think that we've been infiltrated by some sort of corruption. And I've been waiting for about 10 hours for this corruption story to finally start happening. So I'm hoping that now's the time. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamiga by the name of Wilred was there with the 4th that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? No, they left. God damn it, I fear as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilfred stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Uldar. So now, of course, half the brave suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it is no more a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as bind us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, that and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilfred is a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he'd noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, we've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on with it. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Acklon. Alright, bro. Arkil, how you doing? Right, we need more volunteers. What up? So Ishgard seeks soul swords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. Ah, but I've pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work, though it is. I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Apocalypse, thank you for the gifted sub. Did really fucking appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kingsglaive or somewhere else? I don't know what Kingsglaive is. Digit. I have no idea what Kingsglaive is, but from what I'm told, they are not the same. So every single universe is different from what I'm told. Sami blade to these guardians, while them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I've worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watch me like go bloody hawk, he did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that if it's a heavy purse or whatever. Arthur, it seems like, I can't say for certain, but it seems like every mount has its own music. Like, whenever you get onto a mount, there's a different song that plays. Is it in here? Yes. Adam, how you doing? Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. So as to escape such fate. Okay, you're a fucking coward, you bastard piece of shit. So, for example, you have, if I can find my mount guide, that'd help. Here we go. So you have this one as well. Which every single mount has its own music. So, did you sway any hearts? Not really, Tataru. 1 or 2, eh? Well, add it to mine. That makes 3 or 4. Not including Southbound's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant Soul veteran is worth 12 clanky knights at least. I don't know about that. I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphino. Apparently the alliance leaders are convening in Uldar to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Uldar, or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you in the Royal Promenade. Right. Why is life full of despair? I hate to do this, but kind of need to know before editing further. Want me to split the 1 hour, 6 minute long video up into journal parts? Or want the full long vid? I think we will get more view time to split it up, but it's up to you. If it makes sense to split it up, you can split it up, Alex. To Heavensward, good luck. There's a lot of free quests. I wish they would shorten it. I mean, how far away from it am I? Like, how far away from it am I? Because I've been doing a lot of fucking quests so far. Like, I've been doing a lot of these quests that barely give you any XP. Luari, yes, we've already spoken about it. Chamber of Rule. Last patch before Heavens was Bow. Okay. All right, we're getting close now, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting close to the next expansion. No. No. My apologies for calling you away from your task. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Let's go. Hopefully this is hopefully this is voiced.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Undar has none.
Gridania does not object.
Okay. Limsalomansa?
Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alfino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
Huh, okay. Everyone's working together.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Teleji Adeleji and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
Uh-huh.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
Alphino's getting angry.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Mm-hmm. You will become violent. Why?
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
These fucking people.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people.
These fucking people. They're... You know what? Eorzea can burn. These people are stupid.
If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
My guy just always stands there and watch.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
You can set it to where it automatically scrolls, which makes it a little bit more cinematic. But you have to do that every single time and then turn it off.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
Your glasses are fucked, lady.
I see. Carry on.
He doesn't know yet. He doesn't know. God damn it. He doesn't know. Guys. What other? It's gone for some reason. But I fear we have left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord... These fucking names, though, and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. This is going to be a big fight. I see you on this. Prometheus, how you doing, bro? I am loving this fucking game. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun, and we have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravinian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Acklon, I would have you and your Avenger allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gate of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Right, here we go. It's fucking combat time, boys. Get back into it again too. Halfway through Stormblood at the moment. I'm still working my way up to Heavensward. Still trying to fucking get to Heavensward. Hopefully soon, because I really want to see what the new expansion looks like. But I think this next bit is going to be a dungeon. Feels like the stream is laggy. Is it laggy for anyone? All right. Marcellian, let's go. You are the appointed captain of the Southwood contingent, then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravinian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks. For the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpent seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Right, where the fuck am I going then? There. Yes, okay. Dweebery, Twitch is trying to protect you. Twitch knows too much. I don't know why everyone keeps hating on this game. I genuinely don't understand it. This game is fucking good. And if you just give it a moment, you will actually understand why it's so good. Alright, come on, you pieces of shit.
Slaves to this torment.
Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the 420, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Come on, die, you bastards. Why is it that I'm the only one fighting? This dude is out cold on the ground and you wonder why he's not fighting? Yeah, but I'm always the only one fighting. These fucking knights are completely useless. Every single one of them completely fucking useless. Right, where am I going next? Defeat the Dravidian forces. Well, that's a bit of a fucking travel. I hope we can travel this way. It's gonna be a sad moment of time if I can't fucking travel through here. It's a weeb game full of old men playing little girls. I have no idea. I'm not playing a little girl, so it'd be good. Woo! Many a dragon. Many a fucking dragon. Let's go. The fuck? Are you guys gonna come? Thank you. Back in front of the night. All right, we're gonna get more. Yes. They've called Lalafels because they're beta bait. You really think so? You think that's why they're called Lalafels? Ooh. A fucking commander? Let's go, boy. Stabby, stabby. I think we're gonna get a dungeon soon. The dungeons are really fucking cool. All right, this should be... Okay, we can go back and report now. for the week until you run out of content. How do you take the game serious when it gives you the option to have rabbit ears? You just don't take the rabbit ears? I mean, it really is that simple. You just don't have rabbit ears. But news adventure, the reinforcements, decimated, you say? Dravinian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Of course we will. Ooh. The Siege of Ishgard. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know that it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the Gate of Judgment lie the Steps of Faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danavan's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protections, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Faith. Should Dravinians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. All now rests on us, adventurer. Lead your comrades out onto the Steps of Faith and prepare to meet the Horde. May the Fury guide your blades. I'm ready. I've got this. It's a long pointy finger. Yeah, there are summoners in the game. Similar to warlocks, but I don't know if they're exactly like warlocks. So where is the Steps of Faith? Alright, now we wait. Stylized, but Final Fantasy is in that uncanny valley territory. What do you mean, Aureus? Some of the WoW races is ridiculous too. It's all a matter of perspective, I suppose. All toxicity towards Final Fantasy is part of the reason I stopped playing WoW, because that toxicity is prevalent on WoW. To be fair, I don't think it's a lot of toxicity. Most people just sort of, you know, don't like it and therefore make jokes about it. Lady Survival, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. How do you like it? I love it. Lady Survival, I really enjoy Final Fantasy. I've seen you playing it as well. What if he drinks you under the table, Germanio? What then? Prometheus for what? I've done the Garuda ones, the hard mode ones. I've already done those. And I know at some point I'm gonna have to do the Crystal Tower if I want to continue. By the way, Lady Survival, how's life in the US? Arthur, yes. I am thoroughly enjoying my class very, very much, or my job. It's still somewhat slow at times, but I can feel how it's gonna get better and better and better as time goes on. Bogey, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we're just waiting for this party to fill. It is a full party, so it's going to be 8 people. Playing it a bit. It's all right. I'm only like level 14, so I definitely need to play more. Lady Survival, it only gets better. Like at around about level 30, you're going to start falling in love with that. Just required for these Heavens World 2 X quests. Bogey, thanks for the first time chat, bro. Really appreciate that. I'm looking forward to this dungeon. Every dungeon so far in Final Fantasy has been absolutely off the hook. Tanking them is a little bit stressful though, because I don't know how most of the bosses work. But they're still fun. Also, there's a lot of dungeons. Just have to say, for people that want to get into it, there is a shit ton of dungeons. Every single quest line ends in a dungeon, and then you're not talking about like a major ending. It's just there's dungeons scattered throughout the quest lines the whole time. Kind of crap, but they get better the further into the game you go. I enjoyed all of them. If you like it now, then the story for Heavensward is a real treat. This story is amazing. Whenever people said that a Realm Reborn story wasn't good, I couldn't believe my ears. Like, I literally couldn't believe what I was hearing, because from where I sit, a Realm Reborn story is amazing. Yeah, you can be a samurai as well. I can start doing the quest for samurai, but I don't want to. I want to be either Gunblade or Dark Knight. I don't know when that's unlocked. I haven't seen anything yet that can lead me to Gunblade. I think it's Gunblade. Which is the other tank? It is the Gunblade something. Or then Dark Knight is the other one. I've heard Dark Knight's really cool. Ooh. Maybe I'll switch then from being a paladin. Gunbreaker. There we go. I'm a samurai and I'm trying to unlock Machinist. Gun is when you get into Shadowbringers. I heard Dark Knight has the best class story in the game. The Paladin story is pretty cool. I've enjoyed it so far. Gunbreaker is sort of, it looks really fun to play. All right, here we go. Here we go. Tanking a fucking duty. Let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, shit. It's the big boy. It's the fucking big boy. I don't know how to tank this big guy. Shit, I don't know how to tank this guy. How am I supposed to tank him? Hopefully there's another tank that sort of wants to take over. Who's gonna tank? Not me. Who's the other tank? Is he a tank? I don't know who the other tank is. So I'm just gonna wait and see. Okay, what the fuck? This is a fuck up. Guys, kill him. Kill him quick. I think you guys should be attacking that guy. Just gonna fucking throw that out there. Like, someone should be taking this cunt down. Alright, this guy's huge. Jesus. Fuck. Quick! Get to the bastard! Oh, that fucking stun. Should we not be using those cannons? I feel like the cannons would really be fucking helpful. No one's using the cannons. Or did they use the cannons? Whoa. Fucking unnecessary. Fucking hateful. Jesus. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Get over here. You also. Oi, 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 oi. No, 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 no. Alright, back to the dragon. People on the cannons, get your cannons ready. Take this bitch down. Oh, Christ. What the fuck? Where's he going? Why are you not picking him up? It's gonna be fucking rough. Fuck these feet. Oh. This isn't even the big boy. This is just one of them. I don't. By the time the big boy arrives, we are fucked. Kill him quick. King run, boys. King go, boys. We got this. We have to kill him now. Now's the time. Yeah, fuck you, bro. Goodbye, Germania. Take care and have fun. Right. How do I leave this fucking duty now? All the way there in the front, I'm assuming. for asking. My 10 boxes I shipped with my stuff should be showing up tomorrow, so I'm excited to be reunited with my WoW stuff. Nice. Duty complete. You can't say that that wasn't a fun fight. I paid for the game, Ethan. Yeah, the hard modes are quite a lot harder. Just to be fair. The hard modes are quite a bit harder. I've done a couple of the hard modes and we actually wiped 3 or 4 times on Titan. I'm on Goblin. Oh, one of the Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. Nidhogg's. One of Nidhogg's. Is that what he's called? Oh, yeah, it is. They've got his eye. That's how this works. Okay. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make off this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a goal to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. Very angry. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. This is a weird RP game. What if Blizzard make the Tushaverse a market hub when dungeon is cleared? I mean, would they've never done that before. I don't think they would, but it would be cool if they did. The dragons were routed, lest you wonder. The fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my Crystal Braves were not found wanting. Sir Emmerich! Commander Livelier, Akelon, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. You're welcome, bro. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with a proper courtesy. I know he said courtesy, but I choose to believe he said curtsy, so he's gonna actually curtsy. I too would offer my thanks, Akelon. Through your deeds, we have achieved a victory of singular importance. The threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished, and mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascian and the Empire, but step by unfaltered step we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbrid back to Uldar and reassign those braves whose squads suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stone. Pray return to Revenant Stall and share your tale with Menfilia in person. Of course. So I don't necessarily know if they are full-blown elves, like Alphino and his sister, because these 11, right? These are the 11. They're obviously much larger, as you can see. And they seem to be the closest to elves that you can find. But Alphino and his sister seems to be something completely different. Like, it doesn't even look as if they're really from this world. Why would you call it a sack of potatoes? Alphino is a guy, by the way. It's not a her. Alphino has a sister that looks exactly like him. Are they just younger? So they haven't fully grown yet. They're like 16 or 17? Ah, okay. Welcome back, Akalon. Alphino sent word of the siege and, of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Akalon. Thank you. Oh, you're most welcome. What's best here? Skill speed or spell speed? Obviously, skill speed for a tank. But what exactly does that... does that lower your cooldowns? Or what does it do exactly? Actually, I can probably check. Hold on. Skill speed. Here we go. Affects both the casting and recast timers, as well as the damage of a time potency for weapon skills and auto attacks. The higher the value, the shorter the timers, higher the potency. Ooh. I have no idea how to equip this materia. Like, I have no idea how to equip materia. But, you know. Phineas seems loath to put you to further trouble so soon after your last great exertion. Well, you're going to do it anyways. You must be wary, Akalon. And now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. A messenger from Uldar arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal, curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attain a feast at the Royal Palace of Uldar in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for all valiant efforts, commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for the earnest attempt to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? Ah, but mayhap they simply... Apocalypse, thank you very much for the gifted sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Is Apocalypse leading the charge for gifted subs this stream? And by Shadowlands and EU. Mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press the Ishgardians' return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moonbreeder, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though we were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. I know exactly what's going to happen here. Tataru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Nixie, of course. It's never fun when people have to leave the stream. I have never known Tataro to sigh at such requests. Could aught be amiss? I don't know. I'm probably going to have to go find out now. Because I am a people's person. I speak a lot. Near the feast? What do you mean? Is the feast gonna be here? Where is she? That was conspicuous by her absence. Alright, let's go search for Tataru. About the guild in this server? I mean, I haven't really thought about starting a guild yet, but I'm not max level yet. So I've basically just been sort of trying to get to max level, and then I might start setting up a guild. Tataru, what the hell's going on? It's you. I don't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Manphilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Akalon. I'm glad we had this little chat. I said fuck all. I said nothing. Good Warhammer 40k MMORPG? I don't know. Ask Square Enix to make it. Onion wenches becoming kings and queens. Onion belong in a wine reduction, not in the throne. Fuckers, what are you talking about? Wait, was WoW down? Alright, here we go. What's Tataru's problem now? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to approach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Akalon made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coltonay have been promoted from guard duty to fill our needs for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Little person, you're gonna get kicked in the nuts before you fucking defend anyone? That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a lullafowl. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, Antecedent? Ah, not a present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol, and I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Wait, why do I have 2 quests from her? This has never happened. The power to defend oneself. Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Perhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsalo Mensa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. And then what's your other fucking quest? I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents. But I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Yes, generous to a fault. Thank you, Akalon. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we asked the adventurer in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltonay were to act as two such escorts, and as was a third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Akalon. Why, thank you. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Right. What do we do first? I think we go to the Arcanist Guild first. No, this is a task to get through that shit. Ah, okay, that makes sense. All right, let's move. The city is so fucking full with people always. I don't like Limsalominsa. It feels too crowded. Like, there's just way too many fucking people in Limsalominsa. Why are you guys giving the character name shit? I will agree that the names aren't great in this fucking game. They do not put a lot of effort into the names. Oh wait, am I not supposed to be exactly here? It says down. Where the fuck do you go down? Oh. Too much effort into the names? Actually, I don't think they put any effort into the names. They just sort of come up with a random collection of fucking letters. Oh, it's over there. All right, Tataru. I didn't mean for her to worry, but that's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here. Don't you see? I, Tataru Taru, shall become a great and powerful arcanist. And now, at Mistress... See what I mean? Look at that fucking name. How can you tell me that they put too much effort into the names? That is just a collection of fucking letters put side by side to make up a name. No one can pronounce that fucking name. Not even the people that wrote the name. Thubir's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Right, okay, so... I guess we're... No, okay. This is gonna turn into another quest line. Am I nobody? You are nobody? Andy? Sad face, but you are nobody. Alright, sup, mistress. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? So you are acquainted with our newest member. I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanema. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me. Why not supervise Tataru's training? You are clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. A trial will be conducted at the cliffs south of Zephyr Gate. You need only observe at a distance. I am maybe an accomplished adventurer, but I mean, I know absolutely fucking nothing about Arcana. Oof. So Zephyr Gate, right? I should be able to go to Zephyr Gate here. Yes. To Pirate's Port, where she met the Shining Jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught came the lass whom none could fool. Beat him with a backdraft, gut him with a gust, deck him with a downburst, go carbuncle go. Okay. Are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we? Carbuncle? I'm guessing that's her rabbit. Carbuncle? She cast fuck all? I think your pet's fucked off. Tataru. Huh. Wakker. Lol. Alright, that was weird. Tataru, what are you doing? You're not a killer. I should have known you'd come, Akalon. Didn't say a word. Your face is it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Throna of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanema, like so much else, is beyond me. Well, just pick up a sword, Tataru. You'll be fine. Everyone can wield a fucking sword. Now I go back to speak to... If took a dump on the midget, she'd be dead. Maybe. The hatred that some of you have for this game makes no sense to me. Especially some of you that haven't even played the game yet. Like, if you like stories, you should absolutely try this. Of course it's boring to look at. I'm doing quests. Andy, why the fuck are you only following me now? I'm literally playing the game to get to the next level. That's it. Oh my god, is this the actual Lady Survival? Did we literally just happen upon Lady Survival here? Okay, to admit it's interesting. Someone help me buy a new functioning laptop. How do you add someone? Here we go. Send friend request. The beginning is very difficult to get through as a new player. Very convoluted to a new player. It gets really fucking good though. And it's not really that difficult. Abba Adore, thank you so much, tier 2 sub. Really fucking appreciate that. 16 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you sort of learn how to play the game, or if you just go through the storyline, the main storyline teaches you everything that you need to know. Since it's been hyped like crazy by WoW streamers. Download the game again and try it again. Oh wait, where the fuck am I going? I want to go here. We need to speak to this lady again. No, don't click on that. There we go. Slave to the Cross. Don't be overwhelmed by the game. That's literally the best advice I have for you. Back soon, how fared your fledgling arcanist? Well, she sort of fucked herself. Nevik, thank you for the follow. Really fucking appreciate that, bro. If I started a GoFundMe for a new laptop, would anyone donate? Chat. Depends. Like, you'd probably be better off starting like an OnlyFans. You'd get a laptop very quickly. You can speak to who will teach you all the mechanics, etc. So what the game does is, just by playing the main storyline, it puts a lot of the things that at the start, because I'll be honest with you, right at the start of Final Fantasy, I was completely lost, and it actually made me dislike the game a little, because I genuinely didn't know what was going where, how the fuck everything worked. But then, as you play the main storyline, it just sort of gets explained to you. I was wrong to become an arcanist, wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Thunder, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist at their service. Would you not agree? Yeah, of course I would agree. I don't interact with her often, but you are too kind, Mistress Thermuna. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Oh, here's Tattoo. Illyria Windrunner. Really? Really? There's an Illyria Windrunner here as well? Can't even send a whisper on a free trial? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so you're on the free trial. Well, you can chat here. Or chat in Discord. Yeah, Illyria Windrunner is standing right beside us. You having fun and smiling playing WoW? Barbarian, no, I do have fun playing WoW. It does happen, believe it or not. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. You're asking me to help you? Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Right, of course. Alright, we're off to Costa del Sol. We must leave Lady Survival, sadly, to go to Costa del Sol. What server are you on, Lady Survival? Off the wild player base, barely remembers playing Shadowlands at this point. I had a ton of fun in Shadowlands in the beginning. It's only once I started to look under the hood that things became less fun. So this is it. This is where the man at the drowning winch told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Right. Oh, okay. I don't know where that server is, to be fair. Alright, Tataru, what do you need me to do? What fortune? I already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Right. Where? Ooh. What a bastard. Tomorrow today, RIP 15, RIP 1800 PvP. Oh my fucking god. I did stun it. Wait, how the fuck did that stun not work? Okay, never mind. Apparently this creature is immune to stuns. Right, that thing took way longer to kill than what I thought it would. That's good, since I'm sure it's not allowed here. This is why you should never flush your pet fish down the toilet. Who fucking... Oh, never mind. I'm with you now. Snubby, how you doing, bro? Well fought, Akalon. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask for you to come. For me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they are, where they go, they will always come home. It is a sort of power to defend myself and other people in a way, right? Well, I mustn't keep waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the science in the Lumenson market. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stone? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Sure, why not? Sure, Tataru. Good luck on your travels, little person. What is she planning? Right. Let's go help this guy. No, wait. Yeah. Lily, how you doing? Tataru is sus. Last week, and it's solid. I don't know how anyone who starts playing this game can't fall in love with it. Ah, Akalon, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Yes. Didn't have a choice. Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltene? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route. True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. That's looking on the bright side, bro. If such thoughts bring you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Akalon, we would have you attain to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He is waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Akalon, in spirit. We shall be together every step of the way. Okay. The Final Fantasy is through watching a friend play Kingdom Hearts, but this makes me want to try. It is good fun. Let's quickly just hand this into Manphilia. Shalzy, don't ask me about the names. The names in this game is fucking horrible. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Laminsa. Lady, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. It sounds as though she had quite an adventure, and while it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. She would not have managed. They fucking guaranteed she would not have managed. I think I've seen enough. Have fun with it, Akko. I'll be back for some WoW content. All right, Aureus. No problem, dude. Take care of yourself. Granted, this game isn't fun to watch, but I think it gets more fun when we get to the end game stuff. The Science Man designed to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Issamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Okay. Yeah, but I get that it's not prime content, right? It's not the kind of content that most people come to streams for. Yes, this occasion should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require about a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for the wild beasts. No, it's fine if people take the piss. I don't really mind that. It's more the case that... Oh, fuck me. They're not going to get closer. I'm going to have to physically kill each one on my own. It's more that whenever you do stream content, it's... better to do things that's engaging, whereas questing is only engaging for me, right? I'm the only one that really enjoys this because I love the story, and that's why I read every single quest. Even the ones that I don't have to read necessarily, I still fucking read, because I'm always afraid that I might be missing a story here or there, or even information that might be important. Watch new streamers just for the reaction to story beats. Final Dragon, I can definitely see that happening. I was more referring to my general audience, like the WoW audience, which I'm sure based on whenever I do stream WoW, it's mostly, you know, either dungeons or fucking Torghast or something endgame related, right? Rather than just this, where I get to have fun, but no one else really knows what's going on. I see we have both completed our respective task, a satisfactory outcome, though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in future. You know what, Scholar, you can go fuck yourself. Now then, Snake Mold awaits, shall we? I should just let them kill you. You can do it more quietly. Thanks for protecting me, but could you next time not wake me from my fucking slumber, please? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I will try. Right about here, yes. As before, I would ask you to keep an eye that the dangerous beasts I work. Of course. Hopefully these guys can all be... The Scholar is quite the prick, if I recall. Well, I already dislike him quite heavily. Ooh, it's a lot of bad things. Are they coming to me? Yes. Oh wait, the stun worked? Fucking never mind. My favorite character so far, Manphilia. Hands down. She's hot as fuck. I realize that's a very guy answer, but I stick with it. Actually, that and the Ashians. I find the Ashians to be incredibly interesting. Simple the way. Absolutely, bro. Why wouldn't you sim for Manphilia? Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. Besides Manphilia, oh my god, what's her fucking name? The cat lady that came from the Doma? Like the Doma lady? I find her very interesting as well. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to the task and ensure our safety. Oh, this is gonna be fun as an AoE fucking fight. Actually, I'll slaughter these things. Yuguri, that's the one. Yestola is also cool, but Yuguri is very, very, very interesting to me. Literally didn't hit one of them. Right. I fucking hate you guys so much. Curious Aura. Is she Aura? Because I'm Aura. But she said that she needs to hide her face because no one would like her otherwise. Yeah, she keeps wanting me to train with her or some shit. Try to create Final Fantasy, but my country not on the list. Rato, what country? Because South Africa wasn't on the list. As far as I remember, I didn't have to put in South Africa. This data should prove invaluable to Sniff Sniff. Ye gods. What is that stench? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now, to Camp Tranquil, I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. You are a dick. I should have just let them kill you. I think I just chose the UK, if I'm not mistaken. Because mainly it's for English reasons, so as long as it's English, I'm okay with it. You chose to paddle in the Ichor a while longer, I take it? No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eosia's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessments. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Urth's Fount. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now come along. I hate this fucking scholar. US or UK, basically anything that allows you to do Inglando. So as long as you can use Inglando, you should be good. There's a foreshadowing for something way in the future. I didn't even notice that on my playthroughs. Really? See, this is why I read everything, because I've already learned. The one thing that I have learned about the story of Final Fantasy is almost nothing you learn in the main storyline is by accident. It's sometimes something small that you wouldn't even fucking think about. And then suddenly, later on in the fucking storyline, this thing comes back and now, wow. Oh my god, how fucking amazing is this? Now you're finally dealing with this thing that you thought didn't matter? You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. I hate this guy. This game is it's a fucking treat for people that like story. This is quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else. See that? Thank you for the prime sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. 10 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If anyone can or is willing, I put a GoFundMe link in the general chat of Discord. Thank you in advance if you do or can help. And thank you anyways, even if you can't or don't. I'll take a look at it, Nixty. I generally can't give anything on GoFundMe because they don't allow me. Like, it's literally not available in my country. But if I can, I will. Science, come here. I need you. All right. Wait, what the fuck? Wilred is dead. The plot thickens. All right. Remember earlier we were told that Wilred was gone? Yeah, you are, Acheron. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return to at the appointed hour. No one, no. These were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilred to come here? What should we do? We will see the Scholar's protection, Acheron. Aye, the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. I want to fucking know what happened here. Next day, if I can, I will. And so do I. Also is named Hori because that's another word for grey-white, and he has grey skin with white armor. Oh, I didn't even know that. I did not know that. But right, so we're going back to Menphilia. Bay. Going back to Bay, and we're going to tell her that Wilred is dead, and that we have someone in our ranks that's working for the fucking enemy. Dizak, I am. We're probably going to do another 5-10 minutes. Try and see how far we can take this story. And then I have to head off to go gym. You're returned and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe so? No, there was no chafing. What are you talking about? Wilfred dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12? How can that be? I will send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? But I am sorry, Acheron. Doubtless this weighs heavy on your heart, and we have already imposed upon you so much. Pray take some time for yourself. I dare say you have more than earned a respite. After all, we will be most busy with preparations as the banquet draws near. Should other adventurers summon you elsewhere, perhaps now is the time to heed their call. In order to progress the main scenario, you must first complete certain quests in the Crystal Tower series. Increase Spirit Bond gain. Give me the currency. Right, so now I have to... We'll probably do this tomorrow. Supernatural fan, I just found out Misha Collins is going to be at the Comic-Con this August. Ooh. But Misha has been, Moni, he's been at like the cons before. He usually goes to most of them, or at least I've seen many an interview and shit with him. But still very fucking cool. Apocalypse, what is this? What is this that I'm looking at now? How was I taking out... The cat lady that came from the Doma, like the Doma lady, I find her very interesting as well. Actually, I don't mind that. Shamakazi, I see you working behind the fucking scenes. I see you there. Working behind the scenes, trying to put me... But I don't mind this. She is interesting. She's very fucking interesting. Sandman, thank you so much for tier 1 sub, dude. Really fucking appreciate that. Welcome to the Fat Fuckers Club. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're actually just about through the worst part of the game, post ARR. That part was grueling and almost made me quit, but there is light at the end of the tunnel from here on through. First bucket, the interesting thing is so many people told me that. I have loved A Realm Reborn. I've absolutely loved it. Now, just to give, because I'm aware that there might be a lot of people in the stream right now that isn't usually in the stream. Maybe some of you found it just in the Final Fantasy section. My main thing that I do, my living, literally the way I make my living, is World of Warcraft lore. I love stories. I love speculating about stories. My entire YouTube channel is built on World of Warcraft lore. My Twitch channel is basically just me talking about World of Warcraft lore. So for me, A Realm Reborn's story has been incredible. Right? It's been absolutely incredible. Learning about the Primals, the Ashians, the Ishgardians, the troubles of the realm. I've been in love with this game purely because of the story and just how insane the story feels. So yeah, for me, it's just amazing. And I realized the quest that you're referring to, but so much of the story of those quests were good. Not the Asgardians, the Ishgardians, and the Ashians. They're very different beings, Apocalypse. If you were a man of culture, as Towley says he is there, then you would have known. It's insane the amount of fucking World of Warcraft guys that's on Final Fantasy. Look at this. Towley, Final Fantasy. Luxus, Final Fantasy. Rich, Final Fantasy. But yeah, I do stories. This is my thing. I love stories. Did ARR revamp having to grind levels because you couldn't access the MSQ was awful. Looks like they really balance it now. I mean, A Realm Reborn was apparently, or not A Realm Reborn. Like, are you talking about the very first edition of Final Fantasy Online? YouTube videos to keep up with the WoW lore. Fallen, I'm happy to hear that. There's a number of people that do exactly that. Oh, not 1.0. Okay. Because I heard that's absolutely fucking horrendous. From your YouTube, such great videos. Lutz, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I didn't even know that they revamped it, but I love the flow. I absolutely adore the flow of the game. And I actually... So again, coming from World of Warcraft, things have obviously changed quite a bit for me. Considering that everything that I've been doing up until now was actually patch content, right? This was content that when Final Fantasy was only A Realm Reborn before any expansions came, this was the patch stories. That's incredible to me. The idea that the patch has this sort of continuous flow and the intricacy with which the story is told is amazing to me. They really squished the quest needed from ARR to Heavensward. It used to be over 100 quests. Well, it did take me a few hours, a good few hours. Probably been doing all of this for about 5-6 hours. Like doing all of the main level quest stuff to get to the next level, but now I have to go do the Crystalline Tower. But I have to go to the gym. That takes precedent. Before I can do anything else, I must head to the gym. So, ladies and gentlemen, to each and every one of you for hanging out with me, for spending your morning, your evening, your afternoon with me, I really appreciate each and every one of you. It's been a blast as always, and you know, Final Fantasy has been just as fun. So I can't really complain. Take care of yourselves, take care of your family, your loved ones. Thank you so much for all the kind words and everyone saying good luck at the gym. I am almost fucking definitely gonna need it. Today's gonna be rough, to say the least, but still looking forward to it. I will see all of you definitely tomorrow, depending on how I feel after the gym. I might be back for just a gameplay stream. Really depends. It's one of the things I sort of want to start doing. Silverfield, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. It's one of the things I've sort of been thinking about maybe throwing in more after dark streams. So once I get back from the gym and I've had something to eat, sitting down and just sort of playing games. So maybe, but never count on those streams, right? Never think to yourself, wow, he's going to be streaming twice a day. Might not. It all depends on how I feel. Sometimes I get back from the gym and I'm fucking tired. Wannabe, Pump, Action Haggis, and Fake Tavius. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Anyways, where was I? Yes, I was saying goodbye because I have to head to the gym. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family members, your loved ones, those closest to you. Be kind to each other. And as always, be kind to yourself. I will see you in the next one. Peace out, fam.